E. Making sure my headset's on. We are live. I am Savage Squishy 86, and we are here once again, ready to play our next major game franchise in the lineup of Resident Evil 2, the original version of 1998. The game that probably will go on forever to be one of the most popularized Resident Evil titles for its most prolific chapter arc in the history of the franchise with the fall of Raccoon City. So this is the original version, the OG version, the first version that got it all cooking in the long term of scale. So we're just going to go ahead and get things a little bit acclimated here with the settings and the layup and scale to the visual presentation as its case entails. We'll probably do the more modern style. Video output ratio, we'll probably make it square pixels. This was native resolution, but we will probably go with the square pixels, which is probably the most applicable version that we want to go for. We'll make the adjustments as we need to. I've never even seen this business, so change disk. What is this? Okay, so we basically can switch between Leon or Claire. If we recall, basically the itinerary of these games was essentially in that order. So we will essentially be playing as Claire as our pretty much in that case. So as the same pretty much goes with the streams layup, we're going to basically be doing that. So it seems it's good that all of our settings are still remain the same since we changed that. So that's good. Look at our key configuration for our controller. I particularly like to play a certain way, so we'll see what we can do here. Cancel and run. Essentially, that will change nothing. That's the auto. It's pretty much what we want to do, so that essentially will enable us to lock on our weapon. Probably for the more dedicated fans, that is to use manual, but I prefer a little bit of that measure. So range game is pretty much, it gives you immediately, it's probably the easiest formality of the game you're going to encounter, with the distinction of it basically giving you infinite weapons right from the jump. So if you're new to the Resident Evil 2 game, essentially a range will give you infinite weapons such as the infinite rocket launcher, the Gatling gun, and the SMG. To unlock those weapons, you need to beat the game in set numbers of time frames with an A or B rank per character. Essentially, that will basically provide you with the items in question to basically complete that, which I will get into that more in the later future when I actually do a little bit of homework, because it's been a long time since I played this. So, but basically, that is essentially what a ranged game is going to be a tributary to. Not really sure what the region thing has to do with it. So, but anyway, the gist pretty much goes with that. That after the events of Resident Evil 1, with the STARS teams essentially escaping the mansion and the destruction of the mansion, it was believed that it ended there. But it didn't. As we can see, that the virus has essentially spread to the from the woods and from the forests and the mountain of the Arklay Mountains to the hearts of the Raccoon City. And essentially that has created a catastrophe, the likes of which many will agree is probably one of the biggest arc-style chapters that essentially established Resident Evil's hierarchy in the scale of its impact across all of the Resident Evil histories of the franchise. So essentially, it really has kind of set the standard in terms of what probably could happen and what probably could not have been happened, or it could have been avoided altogether. Hard to say, really, because of the sense of its intention. So essentially, we will be basically moving on with that particular chapter going forward. But that being the case, essentially that has put us in the path of these two new characters. Leon S. Kennedy, a rookie police officer newly transferred to the RPD of the Raccoon City Police Department, unaware of the impending terrors, and probably one of the most prolifically high-profile and popularized characters of the franchise. One of my personal favorites is Leon. And then, of course, the younger college sister of Chris Redfield, Claire Redfield, essentially coming there to visit her brother, unbeknownst to her of the events that happened with him at the mansion or the events that have befallen and cast a dark shadow on the city of Raccoon. So we're basically going to get right into it. So you pretty much can play easy or normal. It doesn't really matter. The exception is that essentially you will have more resources available to you on easy and normal in both measures. But for the sake of considerations to the element of challenge, we're going to keep it just as is, and we're going to go with the normal, traditional difficulty right from the start. Resident Evil 2.
A bizarre incident occurred in the outskirts of an American suburb called Raccoon City. It was later revealed that the terrible disaster had been caused by the T-virus, a mutagenic toxin created by the international enterprise Umbrella Incorporated for use in bioweapon experiments. The Raccoon City Police Department's Special Stars Unit immediately began investigation in the affair. The case was apparently closed, thanks to the efforts of STARS members Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine. But the Umbrella Corporation's experiments were far from finished.
Enter Claire Redfield. Welcome to the stream, viewers. I hope you're having a good afternoon. They just released Resident Evil 9 Requiem, and unfortunately, as I said, I cannot afford it right now, so I'm going to take my time and wait for a proper sale to get my hands on that beauty. But I hope all of you who have gotten it are enjoying it, absolutely. But for now, we're going to recap all the Resident Evil universe with these games. So, Claire is first on the ticket.
Guy's a maniac. Why'd he bite me?
Hello? Is anyone here? Hello? Hello? Look, I'm sorry I bothered you, okay? Just don't come any closer. Are you listening?
Better book, girl. Enter Leon.
Wait! Don't shoot!
Get down!
You know, for the longest time, I thought Leon was a ginger, and it was really unnerving. and I didn't like it because I don't know. There's just something about ginger characters I do not like. But I was pretty excited and relieved to see that he was technically kind of like a brownish blonde kind of guy. But redheads, yeah, I don't know. Claire gets a bit of a pass because she later on did a bit more brunettish, which she was a brunette from the jump.
The radio's out.
You're a cop, right?
Yeah, first day on the job. Great, huh? Name's Leon Kennedy. Nice to meet you.
Mine's Claire. Claire Redfield. I came to find my brother, Chris.
And there's our truck driver, who is essentially probably turned now as a zombie.
Sure. There's a gun inside.
Better take it with you.
Punched a zombie. Now, in certain scenarios, in certain sequences, I should say,
All in one piece.
Claire in Claire's game, you'll crash headlong right into the pole. If you're in Leon's game, you will swing the car around and he'll crash into her backwards, which is really different, but it definitely kind of has a purpose because you play as both Leon and Claire in their respective scenarios. We're playing Claire A now, but later on we'll play as Leon B. He's on the opposite side of the car.
Okay.
So, after the car has pretty much exploded and you two are separated, you'll have to get off the street right away because zombies will be everywhere. You won't have ammo on your side, so you'll want to get as much away from these guys as possible. In latter games, you can pretty much kill all the zombies and take your time running from the area. So we're going to immediately book it. Avoid the zombies and just make your way to the far end of the street. Obviously, this street's going to be blocked, so we're going to head down this street and essentially make our way into Kendo's Gun Shop, a reputable location popularized with Resident Evil's games as well as 2 and 3.
Freeze! Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Ooh. Sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them.
What's going on in this town?
Hold on. I ain't got no clue, darling. By the time I noticed something was wrong, the entire city was infested with zombies.
So after that cutscene, you can have a dialogue with him, which he'll be kind of creepy.
But don't you worry, girlie. You'll be safe in here. I'm keeping a close eye on things.
Yeah, I bet you are. If you don't know who Kendo is, Robert Kendo is essentially the one gun shop that developed Chris and Jill and most of the STAR's police forces guns, specifically the Samurai Edge, their signature handgun. Now, there's one quick little thing I want to bring up. Essentially, we could pretty much go forward with getting out of here, essentially, but we want to grab that bow gun. There is also another secret. If you can get to the police station from here without picking up any ammo whatsoever, no herbs, no ammo, no guns, nothing, minus the bow gun, you can actually make Brad Vickers, now turned a zombie, appear at the police station. And if you can kill him, you'll get the closet key, which you can use to get a unique outfit as well as a unique weapon specific to the character in question. Claire will essentially get a 6-shooter, a Colt SAA, a 6-shot revolver, which fires rapid fire. And Leon will get a 45, which he will hold in a unique manner and fire it sideways for rapid fire weaponry. So you really don't need to do that. It's actually easier doing it in the B scenario than the A scenario because we have a long ways to go and we're going to have a lot of threats in front of us. So we're not going to really worry about getting it with the A scenario runs of these characters. B scenario, we can get there a lot easier because we're actually real close to the police station. So we'll worry about getting that later. But for right now, we're going to go around over here, grab the handgun ammo on the bookcase here. Over here, you will not find anything else. It's ironic that this is a gun shop and all the guns are gone, but then again, given the circumstances, it doesn't really surprise anyone. Shouldn't. So head over here, grab the additional handgun ammo. Now we have 30. And when we go to leave, we will be greeted with this horrific sight of this poor bastard getting eaten. Go ahead and switch to your knife if you can, if you need to. Be careful, you don't have the quick turn feature here in this game, so we're going to need to basically just immediately move out of the way, back it up, and move it out. Else we potentially could get bitten and take damage. So we're not going to have the privilege of being able to quick turn. So, oh, like that. So, definitely want to keep tabs on them. But he stopped breathing. He's essentially dead. We're going to go ahead and grab the bow gun, though, that he had on his person. He already used one shot. A bow gun typically takes up to 18 bow bolts. But essentially, you can pretty much take that. That is pretty much going to be the equivocal weapon to Leon getting the shotgun. Player will essentially get her own dynamic of weapons, specifically the bow gun, the Browning HP handgun, the M79 grenade launcher, to name a few. Out here in this alleyway, we're going to head on through. We can't access that door yet. Once we get down to this point, though, they will break the gate and head on through. Head to the back of the span, though. Grab the additional handgun bullets back here behind the span. Go ahead and equip your bow gun. Essentially, 3 bolts will fire at one time, instant killing any zombie that essentially is there. So, but 3 bolts at a time is really kind of sketchy, so you want to only use that when you're really close to them, because 2 bolts could hit them and 1 could completely miss. You want to get all 3 direct center mass if you can get it. Use the knife to drop those zombies, and then we'll head on through. Obviously, we'll have this one zombie here, but we're going to avoid him. And head through the gate. We want to get to the police station as safely as possible. Take the time to take a look around, make sure you don't miss anything. If you see anything, there's some places you need to check to get certain items, but I'm doing a blind playthrough. I don't really know what to remember from this game, except that this is what I'm doing now. So if I do miss something, call it out in the comment section, and I will be very grateful. Over here, I know we have some handgun bullets here, so we'll grab those. Down here we have some... We'll go ahead and use the knife to do some damage to these guys. They'll keep trying to fall forward to grab you at your feet to take a bite out of you. But that's essentially what we're not going to let happen. Jesus, these guys don't fucking die very easily, do they? That one's dead. Come on, boys, get up. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna book it. Head to this, hug the left wall, right wall. If that zombie doesn't come down, the yellow zombie will be out of camera shot, so you want to be careful for that. Then heading out here, we're gonna immediately walk into the path here. Zombies will be feeding on this corpse here. We're gonna get on the bus and board it. Go ahead and reload your gun. Grab the handgun ammo to the left. And we're just going to run past the other zombie, drop the one on the ground, run past the other one after we put him down, and just keep it moving. In this next area, we'll have more zombies as well. We're going to do a little zigzag action. And then head on through this gate. And once you head through this gate, the zombies will be attempting to get in, but will not be able to follow you. And here, we will obviously have zombies in this parkway, so we're going to head down the steps to the underground pass leading under the station. This is essentially where you will encounter Brad if you manage to get here without picking up any ammo, or the bow gun for that matter. The same goes with Leon. No handgun ammo, no shotgun ammo. Over here in this planter box, you will grab a green herb. If you have taken damage up to this point, you want to have this handy and available for use. This is obviously the other side of the path that we did not take. And then here is the RPD police station, so we're going to head on inside. You will spend a predominant amount of your time here at the RPD, signature and staple to the remake that we played some time ago, a couple of years ago. So upon entering the RPD, the first door to your right will obviously be security locked by the keycard computer at the center of this room. We won't be able to access that. Also make a note of the old fountain here. Obtain the key to open your heart. I'll wait for the unicorn, the beautiful beast. So essentially here we will have one of our major puzzles. Now you'll notice that this is very different from the remake version. So essentially we will have a proprietary material here that will be very different than what we are accustomed to playing with. Grab the handgun ammo from the desk and the ink ribbons as well from the typewriter nearby. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to save our game. Upon entering over here to the computer, door lock service. Hall side doors locked. The doors can be unlocked by a key card. We will obviously not have the key card, so we need to basically look around. So head around here. And head into this little side area over here.
Hang in there. Are you the only officer left in the building?
Who are you?
Claire Redfield. I'm looking for my brother Chris.
We lost contact with him over 10 days ago. Chris, Jill, Barry. Every last STARS team member has disappeared. We should have listened to them.
What happened?
About 2 months ago, there was this
incident involving these zombie-like creatures in a mansion located in the outskirts of this city. Chris and the other STARS members discovered that Umbrella was behind everything, at the risk of their own lives. But no one believed them.
Are you okay?
Don't worry about me. Just rescue the survivors in the other rooms. Here, take this key card. You should be able to unlock the doors in the hall with this. Now go.
But...
Just go.
Okay. Just hang in there. I'll be back soon.
I mean, why are you gonna? I mean, that's the one thing I always criticize about the original. But they actually didn't really do it with Claire, thankfully, in the remake. Why are you gonna point a gun at her? Like, dead ass. She's trying. I mean, it's Chris's sister. Like, are you stupid? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it just seems kind of a bit perplexing, really, for me. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, though. So we're going to use the computer again. We got the card key now. We can use it. That will unlock the left wing and the right wing. As you pretty much have figured out, this is essentially going to be a very mirroring concept for the mansion, essentially the west wing and the east wing that we pretty much played in the previous games of Resident Evil 1 OG, Director's Cut, and the Resident Evil 1 remake, which we just finished. So you're pretty much going to be having that measure of aptitude. So opening your map, it pretty much is pretty straightforward in the same capacity, with the only distinction being that we don't have a map yet, as of yet. I'm basically trying to get myself acclimated with the use of a map, but it doesn't seem like we're going to have an easy access map point. So we're going to definitely probably maybe we can configure our controllers, maybe. How about that? Let's see. How do we want to do that? Oh, we can't really change. All right, well, it doesn't look like we could do that. I was hoping we could put like the map button on the R3 trigger and make it easier, but it doesn't look like we're getting that option. So, but headed to this first floor waiting room area, and on the bench to your left, you will find the police memorandum note, 8/23/1998. And think of that September. Yeah, so that's September 23rd. This letter is just to inform everyone about the recent movement of equipment that has happened during the precinct's rearrangement. The safe with the 4-digit lock has been moved from the STARS office to the second floor. From the STARS office on the second floor to the Eastern office on the first floor. The password is 2236. Over here, you'll find a storage box, signature to the original Resident Evil, as always. But we're just going to put only our ink ribbons in there. We're pretty much going to keep everything else that we need because we're going to have a new threat that we will have to contend with, and we're going to need the ribbon. We're going to need the bow gun, as well as the hopefully not need to use the green herb. Over here, you'll find a desk. Now, because Claire has the lockpick, we can pick the lock on that and get inside a first aid spray, which is good. In that case, we will put away our green herb now. In the event we can mix it later, so we'll save that. We may definitely need the first aid spray. Head in and out, and right ahead of us through the window, we'll see a movement of some freak show coming by the wall outside, which will be the next threat we will encounter. Now, upon entering the first floor hall down here, you'll hear blood dripping. So we're going to have our bow gun at the ready for this fight. This is not ideal by no means. I would not recommend using this because this is not essentially what I would use in a circumstance of threats. But over here on this zombie, on this dead officer's body, where his head used to be, you will find some handgun bullets. Approach the blood pool, and you will be getting a cutscene of your next serious threat, a licker. Now, lickers are very much blind, so they have the benefits of sound on their side and touch. So if you approach too close, they will sense you and attack. If you run, if you make any step sounds of any kind, they will attack. So we essentially want to get around him if we can. And one handgun shot will drop the licker. Thankfully, enough of our bow bolts got enough of them to where it did enough damage. So obviously that will be an easy kill. This door here will need a spade is etched on the keyhole. So essentially in this case, much like how we had the shield, armor, sword, and helmet keys, in this instance we're going to have the necessity of playing card key style keys. Spade, diamond, heart, and club keys, especially respectively. So we're going to need to find them to get some of these doors unlocked. Once we've killed the licker, head on through to this corridor here. All these rooms all these windows will be essentially boarded up. But first what we're going to do is pass this meeting room right here. Inside this room, turn to your left and you will find another file over here on this desk, plain as day. Operation Report. September 26th. The Raccoon Police Department was unexpectedly attacked by zombies. Many have been injured, even more were killed. During the attack, our communications equipment was destroyed and we no longer have contact with the outside. We have decided to carry out the operation with the intent of rescuing any possible survivors as well as to prevent this disaster from spreading beyond Raccoon City. The details of the operation are as follows. Security of armaments and ammunition. Chief Irons has voiced concern regarding the issue of terrorism due to a series of recent unresolved incidents. On the very day before the zombies attack, he made the decision to relocate all weapons to scattered intervals throughout the building as a temporary measure to prevent their possible seizure. Unfortunately, this decision has made it extremely difficult for us to locate all ammunition caches. It has become our top priority to recover these scattered munitions. To unlock the weapons storage. As stated earlier, it will be extremely difficult to secure all the ammunition. However, a considerable supply still remains in the underground weapons storage. Unfortunately, the person in charge of the card key used to access the weapons storage is missing, and we have been unable to locate the key. One of the breakers went down during the battle, and the electronic locks are not functioning in certain areas. It has become the top priority to restore the power in the power room and secure those locks. Recorder David Ford. Now, this is an interesting thing because in the games of Resident Evil Outbreak and Outbreak 2, David Ford essentially is one of the many officers that essentially was killed during the events of those games. Those are basically not canon, but very popular games in my own respect, and I'm sure everybody can agree we would love to see those games make a return and a remaster. Operation Report, September 27th, 1 p.m. The West Barricade has been broken through and another exchange ensued. We sheltered the injured in the confiscation room on the first floor temporarily. 12 more people were injured in the battle. Additional report, 3 additional people were killed following the sudden appearance of an as of yet unknown creature. This creature is identified by missing patches of skin and razor-like claws. However, its most distinguishing characteristic is its lance-like tongue. Capable of piercing a human torso in an instant, their numbers as well as their location remains unknown. We have tentatively named the creature the Licker and are currently in the process of developing countermeasures to deal with this new threat. So definitely, I love the way it just takes me. Oh man, I love it. It just takes me back so much. Taking a quick look around to make sure I'm not missing anything. Soda machine, coffee machine, scattered papers and notes. The conference room essentially will basically be that. In here you will have a fireplace as well as a fireplace and oil painting hangs above it. The title is A Sacrifice to Hellfire. In easier difficulties, you will find some resources here, I think. I remember grabbing something here, but then again, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. Maybe I'm thinking Resident Evil 3, which will be next after our playthrough of Resident Evil 2 Remake. So we're going to head on through back the way we came. And leave the operations room. So once we head into here, we're going to head around the corner and proceed into the next corridor on the first floor. Now, as soon as you enter this room, you will be beset by zombies on both your right and left. Try to drop the one to your right as fast as possible so you can get some distance. Get some distance and then return fire to the enemies as they get up. So once you've dispatched these zombies, you're going to be heading around the corner here and grab the 2 green herbs here on the floor and then head into the dark room. Essentially, this was predominantly your save room that you used predominantly throughout the Resident Evil 2 Remake. It hasn't really changed its function since. Even with the OG version, it still serves as a main force of where you go to for pickups and resources. So in here, go ahead and drop off all those green herbs, including the bow gun. Go ahead and take out those other green herbs, drop off the first aid spray, and we're going to mix those existing herbs real quick. In the dark room, pretty much you'll be coming here to develop films, not necessarily correlated to the game, but definitely correlated to your files. So if you're looking to collect all the files in the Resident Evil game, this is essentially where you'll want to bring the films. And some of those films will be relevant to possible puzzle solving. So you definitely do want to bring them here in the event of that. But we're going to go ahead and grab this file as well, which is going to be the Operation Report 2. September 28th, early morning, 2:30 a.m., zombies overran the operations room and another battle broke out. We lost 4 more people, including David. We're down to 4 people, including myself. We failed to secure the weapons cache and hope for our survival continues to diminish. We won't last much longer. We agreed upon a plan to escape through the sewer. There's a path leading from the precinct underground to the sewage disposal plant. We should be able to access the sewers through there. The only drawback is that there is no guarantee the sewage disposal plant is free of any possible dangers. We know our chances in the sewers are slim, but anything is better than simply waiting here to die. In order to buy more time, we locked the only door leading to the underground, which is located in the eastern office. We left the key behind in the western office, since it's unlikely that any of those creatures have the intelligence to find it and unlock the door. I pray that this operations part will be helpful to whoever may find it. Recorder Elliot Edward. Now, this is essentially why I say that I don't think Outbreak games are essentially canon, because, as you can see, David Ford has been reported to have been killed, but he doesn't die in Outbreak at the station. And Elliot is another one that does also make an appearance in the Outbreak games as well. But you're going to grab the handgun ammo from this little cabinet here. You won't be able to see it, but you need to basically just, look around manually for the item to appear. So now that we've pretty much found that, we're going to head up the stairs now to the second floor of the police station. Let's go ahead and adjust the brightness, though, a little bit. I think I definitely do want to do that. Do that to 15. And probably do that to 15 as well. Actually, that didn't really do much of any favor, so let's fix that. Let's take it down to 10. That's better. Once you get to the top of the stairs, continue on down the hall. Obviously, you'll see a door here, but it's just a little hole at the bottom. The door essentially is sealed from the other side. We're not going to really worry too much about that. But here we have a statue with a red jewel, which we will need for a puzzle. So, something is written on the mountain. The god of the sun and the god of the moon, their gaze upon me is the only thing that can release the red soul. So we need to basically push these statues to their respective corners. So go ahead and push the red one over, and we want to get them facing the statue. So that's essentially the purpose. This is the sun, and the other one would be the moon. That will be 1. Now we have to do the same with the other statue. I think we're far enough there. Yep. Essentially, that will release the red jewel, which we will now be able to grab. Once we have that, head on through into the corridor leading to the STARS office. There's one more thing I want to check. I think usually there's something here I can grab, or no, doesn't look like it. Okay, I thought maybe there would be. But here we are, STARS office. Head on inside the STARS office. So right away, pretty much you'll find that this is essentially the desk of Jill. It's a picture of a young man. There's a good chance it's her boyfriend. Now, you can pretty much tell that that's Jill's desk with the blue beret sitting on it. You can pretty much tell that this is Chris's desk with the leather jacket over here, as well as the guitar. Over on the desk, though, you will find Chris's diary. August 8th. I talked to the chief today once again, but he refused to listen to me. I know for certain that Umbrella conducted T-virus research in that mansion. Anyone infected turns into a zombie. But the entire mansion went up with an explosion, along with any incriminating evidence. Since Umbrella employees so many people in town, no one is willing to talk about the incident. It looks like I'm running out of options. August 17th. We've been receiving a lot of local reports about strange monsters appearing at random throughout the city. This must be the work of Umbrella. August 24th. With the help of Jill and Barry, I finally obtained information vital to this case. Umbrella has begun research on the new G virus, a variation of the original T virus. Haven't they done enough damage already? We talked it over and have decided to fly to the main Umbrella HQ in Europe. I won't tell my sister about this trip because doing so could put her in danger. Please forgive me, Claire. So essentially, Claire's trip here was moot. But because she didn't hear from him, she decided to go see him herself. But underneath Chris's diary, you'll get the unicorn medal. If you recall, we needed a unicorn for the fountain in the main hall. This is where we're going to be using it. So essentially, after we go through that, we're going to head over here. And on this desk here, we will find this is basically Barry's desk with a replica of a gun. This is essentially going to be Wesker's desk. Now, we're going to search this 50 times. Over and over and over and over and over again. The reason why 50 times is because there's actually a hidden little film here we can get developed. And do not ask me why Wesker would have this film, but essentially this was Wesker's desk, so it makes sense that it would be in his possession. But once you've searched the desk 50 times, you'll get this message over and over again. But once you search it 50 times, you will get the specific film that we can essentially use and get developed and add to our files. It is not needed, but it is a nice little throwback and I guess a kind of Easter egg for some of the more dedicated Resident Evil fans. And there we have it. We have the film. Over here, some trophies and stuff. Chris Redfield, Marksman Contest winner. Now, heading over here, you will find that the radio equipment is smashed. That's obvious. But over here, in this little locker, you will find the grenade launcher. This will be your workhorse for serious fights with really powerful enemies. Over here, though, in Rebecca Chambers' little makeshift area, you should be able to get a first aid spray, I think? Or no? Doesn't look like it. What a shame. So, at this point, there's nothing really much more for us here, so we'll go ahead and leave. But when we go to leave, we'll get a fax. Once you get that fax coming through, go ahead and read it. Federal Police Department Internal Investigation Report. Mr. Chris Redfield, Raccoon City Police Department, STARS Division. As per your request, we have conducted our internal investigation and discovered the following information. Regarding the G-Virus currently under development by Umbrella. So far, it is unconfirmed that the G-Virus even exists. We're continuing with our investigation. 2. Regarding Brian Irons, Chief of the Raccoon City Police Department. Mr. Irons has allegedly received a large sum of funds in bribes from Umbrella Inc. over the last 5 years. He was apparently involved in the cover-up of the Mansion Lab case, along with several other incidents in which Umbrella appears to have direct involvement. Mr. Irons had been arrested under the suspicion of rape on two separate counts during his years as a university student. He underwent psychiatric evaluation as a result of the charges, but was released due to circumstantial evidence as well as the phenomenal academic standing. As such, extreme caution is advised when dealing with him. Jack Hamilton, Section Chief of Internal Investigations, United States Federal Police Department. So, now that we know that guy is a piece of shit, we obviously know how to watch out for him. So leave the office, and you will be greeted with a cutscene. Or not. Doesn't look like it. So essentially, you'll have a cutscene appear here. We obviously can't do that right now at present, but we will eventually. So we're going to leg it back to the main hall in the police station and use this unicorn medal to get that first key that we will need. So just leg it all the way back. No reason to really linger, waste time. There's no threats. There's no pressure. Let's go ahead and drop off the grenade launcher and the red jewel, though. And we'll also get that film developed for the sake of our files. So drop off the red jewel, drop off the grenade launcher, and let's keep it on going. So head over to the main developing stat and basically that recruit. And ironically, it's Rebecca Chambers. Don't ask me why he would have this creepy asshole would have this girl's picture from her recruitment. So I don't know. But that's essentially what you will get for that particular section. Now we will make our way back through the halls in the western floor area corridors around back to the main hall to use the unicorn medal. Now, upon going through here, you will be scared by zombie hands trying to snatch through and grab you. They will potentially grab you, but they won't do any real damage. It's mostly just to scare the shit out of you. You can attack them, but why waste the ammo? Every time when I heard that song when I was growing up, that loud bang, it just like I thought something broke into the station somewhere. And it was so scary, and I was still young at that time, so it was always something that just kind of weirded me out. So once we get back to this point, we're going to go ahead and use the unicorn medal, and that will bring us our first police station key. In this case, it'll be the spade key. But before we go back to the other side of the police station, excuse me, we're going to head to the other side of the police station that we have unlocked, essentially here. Here we will have a large collection of zombies threats that we'll have to put down. Okay, we're probably going to get a little bit hairy here, but we're going to run past this one. We'll deal with him when we come back. That was a little nerve-wracking. I thought for sure I was going to get grabbed, but thankfully we didn't end up having that happen. So let's head down there to this main hall here and head through this corridor here. We'll have a few zombies here. Once all those zombies are dispatched, we're going to continue on through. We'll find 3 doors down here. Essentially, one of them will be locked with a diamond key, which we will not be able to access until we have a diamond key in our possession. However, over here, we will find a red herb, which we will take. A club key will be needed for this room. And I don't know. I think we have a key here for this. Okay, this is an observation room. This essentially will be open right from the jump. So go ahead and mix those green and red herbs here before we get any further ahead of ourselves. And then over here, you will find some handgun ammo. And in there, a key item we will need for a future puzzle. take a quick look around, make sure. I mean, unlike traditional remake games, they are not very obvious with these OG versions, so you need to do a little bit of searching to make sure you have everything you need before moving on. So once we pretty much have seen that there is nothing really much else to be found here, we're going to head back to the main wing hallway leading to the police station's squad room. Unlike previous installments, we're not going to get too crazy with the knife because of the sensible nature of issue we'll have with that. So. Over here on this desk, you'll find some ink ribbons. Go ahead and grab them. You can pretty much see this zombie's playing possum. So we're going to take advantage of his deception and stab him. We're getting a little risky on ammo, so we're going to need to be very due diligent with our resources at this point. So we'll resort to using our knife for this instance. Dropping that zombie will put him out of our way and essentially free us to go into this office here. Now, if you recall from the operations report we picked up earlier, we've obviously known that this was originally the safe that went to the STARS office. So here we have the STARS office has been moved to the first floor of the Eastern office. So here we are in the Eastern office. This is essentially what we're here for. So password for this is 2236. So we're going to go 2236. And inside we will find acid shells for the grenade launcher. Very nice. As well as a police station map. That is the entirety of the first floor, the second floor, the third floor, and that will be it. Beauty for us. Head around the desk here, and I think you'll find something on the other side, in which it will be a green herb. Very nice. I'll take it. And another green herb, I think. Yep. But we don't have enough room to pick it up. We'll have to come back for that. Heading into here, another zombie will be dead. Go ahead and grab the handgun ammo off his body, though. And before we even think about going there, we're going to go drop off some stuff in the waiting room on the first floor. So get out of the East office and into the East Hall and back to the main hall to the West Wing waiting room. First floor waiting room. Oh. I think I dislocated my jaw or I strained it or something because it's like it's hurting like right back here. So I had to take it easy a little bit. So we're gonna take out one of these double green herbs, and we'll mix it. And then we're gonna put away our we're gonna take our grenade launcher with us, just because we want a little bit of protection in the event we get to some heavy hitting enemies. Zombies are starting to eat up our ammo a little bit, so we're gonna want to get as many of them with a cluster of a grenade launcher blast. So we'll see what we can get. But for right now, let's get back there. Let's get that green herb so we don't forget it, and then we're gonna head outside onto the balcony of a fire escape. There's a fire escape leading from this first floor east office. I'm not sure if there's another batch of ammo here or not. I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to remember, and I don't think I can honestly remember. So we'll just take the moment to just walk around, look around real quick. And it doesn't look like we're going to find anything, so that's good. Head over here, though, and grab the green herb we left behind before. Now, this is obviously the way that the other officers took to get out of the station. This door is essentially locked, and we need to get a heart key to open it. So that is essentially the way to the sewer section. So we're going to need to find our way there. Out here, we'll find some green herbs. Go ahead and grab them. You can hear the moans on the wind of zombies in the city. Out here, another green herb. We'll drink that. And then obviously it will be locked from the inside. So essentially we cannot access this area yet. We need to get out of this area and go back to where we essentially know we can use this the spade key. There's a few rooms that'll be essentially be able to unlock this key. We have that key in question. We know that is there. So we pretty much have that pretty much established. Let's take a look at our map and see if we actually can track which doors are locked and which ones aren't. So essentially, there's no way of telling which doors are locked unless you physically check them. But I do believe the purple doors are doors we have not checked. Green doors are essentially rooms we can now unlock. So these are potential, I don't know, maybe these are areas we can get to, maybe not. I'm not sure. We'll have to physically check them all. So we'll have to make our way back to the mansion's main hall and start checking doors one by one. We obviously know that the one Marvin locked behind us as he pushed us out of the room essentially will be unavailable for us to access. But that is essentially one in a pile of doors that we have to check. So we'll make our way back to our original path to the west first floor. And I think we'll probably save our game at the dark room as we pass by that area. So heading into here, let's go ahead and drop off a few things. Most notably, we're going to drop off the green herbs. We're going to mix this herb. And that'll take us there. So, head on through the main halls, first floor hallway, and we'll continue on into the next corridor, wrapping around this level, this lower level. We're gonna obviously know that this door is essentially spade key unlocked this door. All right, sweet. I recall that the door was actually the club key in the remake, so that's probably why I got screwed up. So once you've unlocked the spade key, head into here. You'll find that this is actually a records room. So here, you'll find a patrol report. Patrol report, September 20th at 9:30 p.m. Sergeant Neil Carlson. We received a report of a suspicious individual skulking around the sewers in the outskirts of Raccoon City. I searched the area and located the individual, but he ran away before I was able to question him. I recovered the following items: a small amount of C4 plastic explosive, an electronic detonator, some bullets, and an infrared scope that was broken. So whoever that guy was, he obviously had something he knew about the sewers, but obviously he didn't get a chance to use it. But we're going to grab the ink ribbons here on this little case here, little cabinet, and we're going to push the step ladder all the way down, where up above us we will find a crank. Another familiar throwback to the original Resident Evil. Essentially, that is all you will find up here, but there is essentially something over here we need to grab as well, I believe. No? Doesn't look like it. Alright. So essentially that will basically conclude everything we need from this room. We essentially needed that crank. That is pretty evident in itself. But that is essentially what we got, and we can move on. Basically run through the corridor again and head directly for the dark room. Drop off the crank and save your game. We're not going to put the ink ribbon together with the other ones, though, because essentially we want to have that freedom to, you know, immediately hit the ground running, save it, and then just ditch the, you know, just head right out of the room after we saved, as opposed to just going right to the item box. So head up the stairs now. We're going to return back to the STARS office hallway, as the door leading into the next upper areas of the second floor area of the police station. That door will be a spade key lock door. So head on through. And we will have a cutscene.
Help me!
Poor Sherry. So once you see the little girl, Sherry, to everyone who is pretty much knows, we're going to have the pretty much deal with that zombie, and we're going to pursue her. She will not need a key. She crawled her little tiny ass through that freaking little duct work down there, but use the spade key, and then we can discard it. We no longer need it. And there we will find Leon.
Claire, you made it.
Yeah. Have you seen a little girl around here?
Yeah, you just missed her. Who is she?
I don't know. But it's too dangerous for her to stay here alone. Leon, I'll go look for her. You go and find us a way out of here.
Of course. But before I forget, here's a radio. That way we can keep in touch if something comes up.
I'll go look for her. You go and find us a way out of here.
Now, she essentially will have run through down this passage and slid through the broken door here. She will have gotten away. You will not find her again for a little while, but basically she will have run into Leon, and essentially to get away from Leon in her panic, she will attempt to get out through that door there. I think ultimately it's because of Leon dressed in his police uniform is why she ran. But head down here, and on this little small cabinet, get the flame shells. So we have more special ammo for the grenade launcher. Heading into here, you will have a huge bookcase here in the sense of this area. Now, this puzzle is a very intricate one, but not really, depending on your opinion of it. We essentially need to restore power to get this thing working. But this is another important piece where we actually have a puzzle to solve. So we're going to go ahead and grab the red herb here on this little tabletop over here. Some of these books appear to be useful. Many of the books are non-profiling investigations. Little library essentially for the police force. I'm a bit of an intricate when it comes to law enforcement, knowing a little bit of their law school practices, which we both can honestly, I'm sure we can all agree they don't really know the law as good as they think they do. So it kind of would be nice to have them study a little bit in the library for law. But heading over here at the top of the stairs will basically send you crashing through this wall down here. And then over here on this measure of this wall will be a bronze plate with a picture on it, essentially mirroring that of Greek mythology, I think. But the key point takeaway here is the layout of the bookcases on the other side behind us. So you want to get them in that specific pattern. So hit the power switch for this to open up, and so we can get out of here. And that will start the puzzle. There is no dangers of getting this puzzle wrong, but it is imperative that you get it in the right pattern so that you can effectively get out of here. So we're going to need this one closer, and we're going to need these two furthest ones with a space between them. So, and that will solve the puzzle, and we will have the first major key item that we will get with Claire. The Serpent Stone will be one such key item. Claire and Leon both respectively have their own unique exits and entries into different scenarios, as well as their own unique exits from the police station. So you will follow a completely separate path to Leon, and the same could be said for Claire as well. So after we dispatch that zombie, we're going to head down over here. I don't think you'll find anything here. You will in your second scenario, though, so essentially this will be something of relevancy in the second playthrough when we do with Leon. So once you get here to this point, you're going to be able to access the emergency ladder. This will essentially save you time navigating between the first and second floors. You didn't really have this measure in the second in the remake, but you also really didn't really need it because you essentially already had access to the second floor with the police station main hall having a staircase. But this is essentially the original game's means and methods of getting us to the second floor faster and a little easier. Heading to the other side of the balcony of the police station's main hall, head into the second floor waiting room here in this next room, which is essentially also a save room. Over here on the bench, you will find a lighter, which will be relevant to a jewel that we need to get, so take that with you. We will go ahead and leave the red herb behind, the flame shells behind, the serpent stone behind. And I think that will be it for now. But over here, find the ink ribbon again for another save. Go ahead and read the secretary's diary. April 6th, I accidentally moved one of the stone statues on the second floor when I leaned against it. When the chief found out about it, he was furious. I swear the guy nearly bit my head off, screaming at me to never touch the statue again. If it's so important, then maybe he shouldn't have put it out in the open like that. April the 7th, I heard that all the art pieces from the chief's collection are rare items, literally worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know which is bigger mystery, where he finds those tacky things, or where he's getting the money to pay for them. May 10th, I wasn't surprised to see the chief come in today with yet another large picture frame in his hands. This time it was a really disturbing painting depicting a nude person being hanged. I was appalled by the expression on the chief's face as he leered at that painting. Why anyone would consider something like that to be a work of art is beyond my comprehension. Oh, if only she knew what some people these days consider art. What an absolute delectable detail that would have been. So, we're gonna go ahead and save our game again. And we're going to drop off our ink ribbon. And head on through to the next area. Matter of fact, let's take a green herb with us in the event we get into some trouble, because I think we're going to have a bit of a fight ahead of us. Right from the jump, you're going to have some zombies on the left. I'm going to just go ahead and blow this one away with my grenade launcher. Now, obviously, this helicopter crash will have happened during Leon's arrival at the police station, but essentially we cannot get access to it quite yet, so we essentially need to put out that fire before we can get around it to get to our location that we need to get to. So what we are going to do, though, is head to this furthest corner over here and enter this hallway leading into a balcony/area of the second floor's state police station. We're going to go ahead and unlock the door, and this will take us out onto the balcony with the fire escape. So we have an access point to the fire escape now. But we're not going to go downstairs. We're still going to keep going along that other passage. The reason why I'm going real slow is because we have crows here that will essentially attack us if we move too fast. So we're going to just tap, 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 tap. He's been pecked to death. So, once again, another poor bastard falls victim to the crows. Go ahead and grab the handgun ammo off his person. Just keep it moving real slow, like. Now, essentially, when we come through here, we will be beset by crows and run right out of the hall. Out here onto the balcony, though, will take us to the rooftop, where the helicopter crash has pretty much pulverized the wall and into the station. So we're going to head out here and then down the steps behind or slightly to the side of the station's access. Here we will find that there is a few zombies here we need to deal with, but we're not going to fire, we're not going to deal with them too much. We're going to run past them and essentially get beyond their reach and head directly into the guard room. Essentially, this is where Leon made his entry point. We had to take the longer way around with Claire. In here, you will find that there is essentially a boiler room, nothing special. But over here is what we really want. Over here, we will find another bow gun. If you didn't take the bow gun from Kendo, from the gun shop, you will have a brand new one here. So that is probably the pivot of what you will get in this instance for this particular moment in time. But we're going to grab the ink ribbons as well as the valve handle, which will be another piece will be relevant to you. So zombies will essentially have been breached into the parking lot, essentially after Leon. If we try to leave this room through that door, 2 zombies will immediately try to get inside. They will enter the room, and you will have to kill them. But so we're not going to try to even attempt to leave the room. We are going to do, though, is head back the way we came, use the valve on the water tank to essentially break the pressure cap and make it to where the water from the tank will put out the fire. Just juke and weave around those zombies. We're not going to come back here again, so why waste the ammo? So head over here, and then we're going to head over and around and use the valve handle on this water pump system here to basically breach it, increase the pressure, and breach it. And that's essentially excessive pressure will breach the tank. That's what we want. So breach the tank and put out that fire. After we put out the fire on the helicopter, we essentially have now access to it. Grab the handgun ammo that's in the pilot's possession, and then, which is very weird, how would the handgun ammo not detonate under all that extreme heat? Physics, my man, doesn't work. So once we get out here, we're gonna head through here. Once the crows will essentially start taking off and being a problem, we're just going to book it. We're not going to come back through here again unless we have to use the fire escape. Beyond that point, though, as far as going in that direction, we don't need to worry about going back there and dealing with any of those assholes. But what we are going to do, though, is drop off a few items here. Most notably, we're going to drop off the bow gun. No, actually, maybe not. Maybe we'll hold on to the bow gun for now. We are going to drop off the first aid spray, though. The ink ribbon, as well as the valve. So we'll take that bow gun with us, just in case with close proximity shots. That is the best way to use the bow gun, is when they're right up on your dome. And then you just get all 3 of them, all 3 of them with 3 of the shots, like, right away. For a zombie, it's practically an instant killer. I would not recommend using that against the hunter, or even a Ooh, hello. So we obviously heard someone scream, which that will be a very intricate thing for later on. But as I was saying, I would only use the grenade launcher for particularly boss enemies. Over here on the floor, I don't think there is anything you can grab. But in here is kind of what we need to be grabbing at. So here we have a puzzle for the 2 blood gems we need to get. So essentially that is what this room is for. But over here on the left, you'll find you have the next precinct key. In this case, the diamond key. So we're going to go ahead and take that. But this is essentially where we will bring the 2 gemstones. The blood gemstones essentially we got earlier. Essentially, this is what we're going to be bringing them to. Solve another puzzle. But where do we find that second gemstone? We're going to go get that here in a little bit. So once we've gotten the diamond key, we're going to head out. And we're going to drop off the ink ribbons, obviously. We'll go ahead and put that in there. Now take care of that. Now take a look at your map real quick, and let's just try to take a restock of our vicinity. So obviously all of these rooms we pretty much have access to. Yellow doors indicate that they are unlockable. The purple doors are locked. Actually, no, correction. The purple doors are essentially the diamond key doors. So we have color coordination in this case. The red key would be the heart key, so that would be red. Purple or pink or magenta, whatever you want to refer to it as, is essentially going to be the diamond key doors. Then, of course, the club key doors are probably going to be green. So we pretty much have that established in that fashion. So that being said, we obviously know what those doors are going to entail, so we pretty much will go forward with getting to those diamond doors unlocked. And we'll also take the liberty of getting the heart gemstone essential to our needs with getting the other blood red gem we need to get that other puzzle unlocked as well. So, first things first. Let's go ahead down the ladder and go use this diamond key. Now, we obviously know that there is one on the first floor west wing as well as the first floor east wing. So, we're going to go use the one on the east wing first. So, head back towards the eastern offices. And, eastern offices or the western offices? Very weird how that works, because I don't exactly do good compass direction. Okay, yeah, east office. So, we're on the right track. So run back down this hallway again, and then make your way through there, and then we're going to go about making our way to the next corridor section of the area. Now, I am going to probably do this for the long haul. I'm not going to do this in terms of parts, despite the description saying it's in part 1. I had taken the considerable thought in the moments I've been playing this to basically keep at it all the way up to the very finish. So this is actually a club key, so we won't be able to open that door. But I think this is a heart key or diamond key. Yep, diamond key. So we got this door open. So we're going to go for this through the long haul with the first run, and then we'll go from there, because we are essentially going to have to run these games 2 by 2 back to back, and essentially because of that we are going to want that measure of security where we're not going to have to really worry too much about that. So we're going to go ahead and grab the cord. This is going to be a relevant piece of equipment for us to get at a little bit later, but in here we are also going to find the Eagle Stone, another important key item that we are going to need. But once we go to leave, we'll be attacked by a licker. So we're going to just immediately bolt out of the room. We're not even going to stick around. We got what we needed from this room. So that is essentially going to conclude our need in this area. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to head to the first floor west wing and get the blood gemstone and use this cable to secure the police station first floor hallway on the west wing. Now, the whole point behind this is the defense shutters have failed to keep zombies out on either the first floor east wing or the first floor west wing. In Claire's case, because we're playing with her in the first scenario, we're going to use it on the west wing because we're going to have more of a threat going that way, but also for the benefit of the fact that we're not going to want to have that be a problem later on. We're not taking the gemstone with us, by the way. That is not what we're grabbing. We're gonna grab. We're gonna grab the lighter. That's what we were grabbing. I'm just having a brain fart there. Apologies. So go ahead and grab the lighter. Get our hands on the next gemstone. So once we get that, head into the next one, and we're going to go use that cord to seal this area, this hallway in particular. So right away, as you can see, there's a little control box here. Essentially will be what we need. An open and close switch for the shutter. It can't activate since the cord is cut. So we're going to jerry-rig this cord and shut this hall. Now, eventually, this will fail in Leon's game, and he will have to contend with the threats of enemies pouring through the shutters once they open up. So we're not going to have the privilege of having to deal with that. But for right now, we will use it because this will make our job easier where we won't have to deal with zombies surprising us. So head on into the operations room again. And in the back where that painting was with the woman being hanged, that is essentially what we are going to be. That's essentially the painting that Iron's got, but we're going to use the lighter to essentially light the fire, which will burn the painting, and out will fall another gemstone. So grab it. And head out the operations room. Upon entering this area, we will use the diamond key over here and discard it. This is essentially going to take us to the evidence room. In this room, we're going to need our grenade launcher because we're going to have some enemies in tight quarters. So we're going to drop off our red gemstone, and we're going to take our grenade launcher with us. And we're also going to take a green herb with us just as a precautionary measure. Go ahead and ditch the knife, though. We're not going to need that for a little minute, so essentially give us a little bit of leg room in the event we have some other items we want to grab in this area, too. I believe there's some ammo here, but there's also some key items that we'll need to get our hands on as well. As you can see right away from the jump, you're pretty much going to have a pretty collective. Oh, fuck you! Get off of me! Damn it! So pretty much with them being taken care of, that will eliminate them as a problem threat. But we took a little bit of damage. I kind of was hoping we didn't take any, but, you know, we got what we got, and that's where we ended up with. So here we'll find some microfilm inside one of these evidence drawers. Excuse me. And then also we'll find some other items in one of these other drawers here as well. So take a look around. Use the lockpick to unlock one of them, and you will find these plastic explosives, the C4 in this case. So we're going to head on through. This door is now effectively unlocked. So now we can head into the office where Marvin was originally located. We got a green herb here, which we will take. We're not going to use it, though. Get yourself equipped with your bow gun. Marvin will be in here. Approach him, and he will turn into a zombie. Right before your eyes. We're gonna immediately fire on him. Fucking dick. Sorry, Marvin. We're gonna go ahead and use that green herb, though, and get ourselves fully healed so we can grab the explosive detonator here on the desk next to Marvin's body. Go ahead and combine the plastique with the detonator, and we have the bomb detonator in respective fashion. Inside this room, obviously this is where Marvin was. On the file here, you'll find a memo to Leon. To Leon S. Kennedy, congratulations on your assignment to the Raccoon City Police Department. We all look forward to having you as a part of our team and promise to take good care of you. Welcome aboard from all the guys of the RPD. How very precious. Inside the cabinet where Marvin was laying, you will find more handgun bullets. And then we're going to basically just take a quick look around, make sure there's nothing missing that we left behind. Doesn't look like it. Fabulous. Let's get out of here. But before we go out that way, we're going to make a detour back to the dark room and get this film developed, get it out of our inventory. So head into the dark room and use the film on the table to basically discover a mutant arm that looks like it's part of a bigger problem. Code G, human body experiment. So essentially, that is essentially a human arm with the G virus used. So we will have that to document. We're going to go ahead and take out the red herb we had here earlier and mix that. So we have a green and red herb mixture. And then we're going to go ahead and put away our grenade launcher and save the remaining shell in 2 shells in there for that. We have the bow gun. We have the handgun. We're pretty solid for munitions for the time being. So we're now going to head back through the evidence lockup, and then out through the western offices, and then back to the main hall. I think I'm kind of glad that in Resident Evil Code Veronica X, they gave the bow gun back to Claire, and Claire does seem to have like a really good staple of having a bow gun in her favor. Obviously, later on, that would become a staple for Ada Wong, a very familiar character with Leon as a side hustle. But essentially, she ends up using the bow gun far more than Claire. But Claire does, in later installments like Resident Evil Code Veronica X, make the most of it with it being reduced from a 3-shot arrow dispenser to a single shot, which I think the single shot arrow just seems like a much more better option. I mean, I certainly can agree. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but let me know what you think in the comment section. But we're going to go here, and we're going to grab the gemstones here. We're also going to grab the pieces for the puzzle ahead of us that we will essentially be accessing. So upon entering the second floor hall to our left, we're going to do something really quick. First and foremost, we're going to use the explosives here to essentially blow up the wall and open up this path, because the door is smashed and we can't open it. So we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. So once you've used it, she will take cover, and the explosive will detonate and open up the door, essentially giving us an easy access point directly to the chief's office, Mr. Irons. But entering this hallway is essentially where we will open up the path with the gemstone here on the left and the gemstone here on the right. Revealing another hidden treasure. In this case, it will be 1/2 of a stone. So we have that item in our possession. So once we have solved that puzzle, we will head through the chief's office hallway, or the hallway leading to his office. And entering the chief's office right away, we will find this morbid sight of this dead woman on the chief's desk.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were another one of those zombies.
Are you Chief Irons?
Yes, that's me. And just who are you? No, don't bother telling me. It makes no difference. You'll end up just like all the others. That's the mayor's daughter. I was told to look after her, but I failed miserably. Just look at her. She was a true beauty. Her skin nothing short of perfection. But it will soon putrefy, and she will turn into a zombie within the hour, like all the others.
There must be some way to stop it.
In a manner of speaking, there is. Either by putting a bullet through her brain, or by decapitating her completely. And to think that taxidermy used to be my hobby. But no longer. Please, I'd really like to be alone now.
You're not creepy at all. Yeah, no, you're solid, bro. No, you're good. You know, I totally would want to work for a guy like you. Talking about taxidermy being your hobby, so you're basically alluring the idea of hunting down people, much like how you hunt down animals and bag them. Yeah, that's cool. That's fine. So once you've done with that little bizarre exchange with that fat piece of shit with his Mario mustache, head on down the hallway past the tiger statue and essentially into this next area. Steps. Keep following the footsteps into the dark room and hit the switch on the wall. And you will find little Rebecca. Oh, Sherry, not Rebecca.
Wait. Let me go! Easy, easy there. I'm not a zombie. You're safe now. Leon, come in. I found the girl, and I've cleared the wreckage that was blocking the corridor.
Got it.
My name's Claire. What's yours?
Sherry.
Do you know where your parents are?
They both work at the Umbrella Chemical Plant, near the city limits.
The chemical plant? Then what are you doing here?
My mom called and told me to go to the police station because it was too dangerous to stay at home.
From the look of things, I'd say she was probably right. But it's dangerous here as well. You'd better come with me.
But there's something out there. I don't know what it is, but I saw it. Much larger than any of those zombies. And it's coming after me.
What was that?
That's what I was telling you about. It's here.
Sherry, wait!
So upon that little exchange, over here you will find the Secretary's second diary. June the 8th. As I was straightening up the cat chief's room, he burst through the door with a furious look on his face. It's only been 2 months since I've started working here, but that's the second time I've seen him like this. The last time was when I bumped into that statue, only this time he looked even more agitated than ever. I seriously thought for a moment that he was going to hurt me. June the 15th. I finally discovered what the chief has been hiding all along. If he finds out that I know, my life will be in serious danger. It's getting late already. I'm just going to head to take this one day at a time. Now, in the back here, you will see the chest. Go ahead and pop the chest open, and you will find some first aid spray. Now, Sherry will be gone at this point, and you won't encounter her again for a little while. But we will head back to the chief's room, and we'll find the chief, as well as the mayor's daughter, effectively gone, having left the area. So just run it all the way back down the hall. For a little kid, that kid can move. I mean, tiny little legs like hers, you didn't think she would run that fast, but she booked.
Chief?
So essentially, with the chief gone now, we will be able to gain access to the heart key, which will take us to the basement level of the police station, as well as over here, a file with the chief's diary. September the 23rd. It's all over. Those imbeciles from Umbrella have finally done it. Despite all their promises, they've ruined my town. Soon the streets will be infested with zombies. I'm beginning to think that I may even be infected myself. I'll kill everyone in town if this turns out to be true. September the 24th. I was successful in spreading confusion among the police as planned. I've made sure that no one from the outside will come to help. With the delays in police actions, no one will have the chance to escape my city alive. I've seen to it personally that all escape routes from the inside the precinct have been cut off as well. That explains why he has the heart key. There are several survivors still attempting to escape through the lower levels, but I'll make sure no one gets out. September 26th, I've had a change of heart about the remaining survivors and inside the precinct. I decided to hunt them down myself. I shot Ed in the back through the heart less than an hour ago. I watched him writhe in pain upon the floor in the pool of his own blood. The expression on his face was positively exquisite. He died with his eyes wide open, staring at me. It was beautiful. I wondered if the mayor's daughter is still alive. I let her escape so I could enjoy hunting her down later. I'm going to enjoy my new trophy. Yes, frozen forever in the pose I choose to give her. Yeah, this guy's a bit screwball. But once you get to switch here, press it, and you'll find that this is essentially where you will put all those stones that you essentially will be pretty much find here. Very Aztec oriented. So we're going to go ahead and use the Serpent Stone and the Eagle Stone, and then I think the other one is probably part of a fish or something, so we need to get the other half of it. And to get that, we need to go into the police station basement. So we've pretty much done all we can at this point going forward with this particular piece. So we're going to head forward out of the chief's room, head into the other area here, drop off the blue stone, and then head back through the other corridor leading out to the helicopter, but we're going to take the fire escape and go downstairs. It's the fastest way there. we'll keep the first aid spray in here. We'll take the green herbs with us instead. Go ahead and save your game as well. So immediately head for the stairwell, in this case the fire escape, leading to the lower first floor eastern office. Ignore the crows, they're not going to be a problem. We're going to head out here and head down the fire escape. Now, this was obviously the operations support area that they suggested was going to be taken, so they essentially, this is where they went. But it seems like the way they left the key, Irons obviously got his hands on it. Here we have 2 green herbs. We'll go ahead and grab those. And continue. This is actually the eastern hall as well, that zombies will attempt to breach. In Claire's game, they will breach because we don't have the shutters shut down. That will be for the west wing first floor hallway. So there's nothing we can really do about it. Zombies will breach this hallway, and you will need to deal with them accordingly. But that being the case, you know, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Now, obviously, we will have some dogs down here. Police canines is my bet, or at least where they were. We're basically gonna wait for this one to charge us. Just put him down. Reload your weapon, and then immediately back up. And that will take care of the dogs in this area. Now, down here, autopsy room will essentially be here, but it will be locked. We need a club key to gain access to it. So what we will do is follow around to this area and make our way out. This essentially will be another area where there will be dogs as well. Over here on the floor of this really garbage heap looking area, this will essentially bring us to a red herb. We'll go ahead and take that. Dogs will be above us. Essentially, they will not be a threat until we get past this point, which they will jump the fence and immediately engage us. We kind of knew that was going to happen, so we got to use the green herb and get ourselves up to a good, fine status of health. And then we're going to head on down the ladder area here. And down here in this underground area, in this room here will be a save room. So we'll drop off a few of our healing items. And we'll grab the ink ribbon as well. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and save our game. Let's save our game real quick because we're going to be switching characters here the second we leave this room, and we do not want to really jeopardize the progress we've made. So we're going to save our game again. And there will be Sherry.
I've been looking everywhere for you. I was so worried. We've got to go now, honey, okay? If we stay here, that monster will find us. Let's go.
No, I won't.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
It's not that, Claire. It's because of my daddy. He's over there. I heard him call my name. Daddy must have been attacked by the monsters. I have to help him.
At this point, Sherry will run away
Wait,
again.
Sherry, don't go alone. Sherry! Sherry!
So now we will have complete control over the character of Sherry, and in her inventory you'll have a picture of her family. She will have one first aid spray, but no offensive measures of any sort, so do not bank on this kid packing heat. She will run into, so take the elevator up, and then we'll be at the outskirts of what looks to be some sort of a treatment plant. There will be dogs here, but because of her small stature, we may be able to get away with not getting hit by them too much. If we do, there's going to be one hit there, but that's okay. We're not worried. Heading into this room, you will grab the map off the wall, which will be a sewage disposal map. And then over here, we will have, down here, we will have a puzzle to solve. So we're going to drop down here and solve it real quick. Now, Sherry is a tiny little thing, but the cool thing about her is that she has the measure of actually having a good head on her shoulders. So she may be tiny, but she is strong enough to push these boxes. So we're going to go ahead and push these boxes with her and get a path opened up to where we can gain access across this area. If anybody remembers from the previous game of Resident Evil Director's Cut, it's kind of a mirroring puzzle of that nature. So drop down here, push this box all the way over as far as you can, and then climb on up, and then do the same thing. Now that we have that little puzzle solved, let's climb right back up. Like slipping. Not exactly the scope of what you probably would encounter if you played on Resident Evil 2 Remake, but it's nice to actually have a switch of pace up here. Obviously, we played with Ada in the remake. We also played with Sherry in the remake as well, but this is a bit off the beaten path. In certain sequences, you'll play as them not once, but twice in some cases. I think in this instance, we'll play as Sherry a second time much later. But over here, crossing over this makeshift bridge, we will have the fourth and final key to our possession, in this case, the club key for Claire. But we're not done yet. We still got one more little thing to grab, and it's going to be for Claire's benefit. So we're going to have to be a little calculating with our movement and momentum. So we're going to avoid the dogs here. Just run in if you have to, run in circles. If you can, great. If you can't, don't worry about it. It's kind of easier to do it with the zombies than it is with the dogs. The dogs make it difficult. So, but she will have taken just a little bit of damage, nothing really too much extravagant. But over here, essentially, this will be the other path where Leon and Ada gain entry to this area. But on the floor here, we'll grab the grenade rounds for Claire. So, let's get back to her. We obviously didn't find her dad, but we have a key and we have ammo for her. So make your way back to the area where we actually took the elevator down, and regroup with Claire. Juke left and right as best you can to avoid the dog's attacks. Board the elevator and then get back to her.
Claire! Are you there?
Sherry, are you okay? Did you find your dad?
Yes, I'm okay. But I couldn't find him. But I did find something else for you. Here. Here's another.
Thanks, sweetie. Now, why don't you come over here? I want you to stay with me.
Claire! I can't reach the ventilation hole anymore. But don't worry, I'll find another way. I can take care of myself.
And that kid's gonna run off again.
Wait, Sherry, come back. Sherry! Sherry!
Now, with Sherry no longer in your company, you're basically going to be left to your own devices of finding these next steps to your benefit. So we're going to go ahead and grab the precinct key, which essentially is what we need. And we're also going to grab these grenade launcher rounds as well. Now, because we have the grenade launcher rounds, we're going to take the opportunity to put them together with our other grenade launcher rounds. This will be a necessity because where we're going, we're essentially going to be in a bit of a hot spot with enemy activity. So we're going to want to have a little bit of protection for our benefit. So go ahead and grab that sort of mess there, and then we're going to head on into the next area. Go ahead and take the ladder back up from this underground area. And we will immediately be encountered with some lickers in our way, but that's okay because we got a grenade launcher with their name on it. So let's stay completely still and wait for this asshole to close the gap, which is what I want. Come on, boy, come a little closer. And that is going to take care of that liquor. Autopsy room essentially is where we're going to want to go next. So let's open that door up. In here you'll find a number of bodies and zombies especially. So over here on the left, I believe there will... No, doesn't look like it. All these zombies will essentially get up once you get to this point over here and grab another item from this drawer here, which will be the red card key. This will essentially give us the means of access to the weapon locker area. So go ahead and grab that, and immediately you'll be beset by zombies. Just get out. Fire 2 shots, drop the zombies, and then get out. You won't want to stick around for the rest of it. Maybe a little slow, like, I don't know where this asshole's at. Right ahead of us. And that will take care of that threat. Now what we are going to do is basically use the card key here, I think. The power to the card reader is off, so we need to get to the power room to reinstall it, to re-update it, to essentially get able to get used to get access to it and use it. So heading further in the back here, you will find a Basement 1 police station map. This will essentially give us a complete layout of the basement level of the map of the police station. Now, the reserve power control panel. Power can be rerouted to the areas with insufficient power using these 5 switches. Using all the power may cause a short and cut the power supply. So what we need to do is essentially get this to the perfect number of 80. So we need to basically be really good with our math here. So we're going to do up, up, down, down, up. There you go. So once the power has been reinstated, we will now be able to access the weapons locker room. Also grab the green herb here on the floor. Use the card, and that will unlock the weapon storage. And then we will head inside. Now, right away, you got a lot of stuff in here you can grab. You got some handgun ammo on both sides of the area, which will be very handy for us. You will have the bow gun ammo. Bow gun bolts, more specifically. And then in the locker, you will have one of 2 options here, essentially, to your benefit. Now, you could take the machine gun and a side pack. With a side pack, I can carry more items. But with a machine gun, we basically have more of a measure of actually fighting against certain enemies. So, what do we really want to take? Well, I kind of like to take this up to the measure of leaving it to the person's preference. Leon, obviously, later on will get a really powerful magnum. He will also get a really powerful shotgun. So Leon doesn't really need so much of the machine gun. He will probably have a better benefit with the side pack. But that's entirely up to you. In this particular instance, though, I'm definitely going to take the side pack with it. The reason being, as a predominant option, is the fact that Leon basically already has a multitude of weapons. But with Claire, she has a grenade launcher, which uses 3 different versions of shells: acid shells, flame shells, and grenade shells. So, realistically speaking, she's got a heavy-hitting weapon already. The machine gun, mainly, I would only give to Leon in a circumstantial situation because of the fact that he has the measure of that. But for this particular instance, I'm definitely going to take the machine gun. But in order to get it, I got to drop off some stuff. So we're going to have to really kind of come back and grab this. But for right now, let's get out of here and let's go upstairs real quick. Actually, no. Let's go back to the side area. Not the side area, the lower level where we had the space area. I only took all those other items with P in question because of the fact that we had that item. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Actually, you know what? On second thought, I am going to take the side pack. I think about it now, and it didn't occur to me, but in the second scenario, you have another boss enemy, the Tyrant, that essentially becomes a threat. So Leon will have to contend with the Tyrant more, so he'll need a little bit more oomph for firepower. So we're going to take the side pack with Claire. I just think about it, and yeah, the side pack would be a better option for her because she is packing so much in the way of artillery. So let's go ahead and take the side pack. We'll leave the... Whatever you take, we'll leave the other for Leon. The side pack will essentially give Claire 10 pockets to the traditional 8. So now we have 2 more additional pockets on our person. So, yeah. We'll leave the machine gun for Leon. Leon will need that when he's taken on turns with fighting Tyrant and William Birkin. So once we've gotten that, we're going to head into the parking garage. Bear with me. Adjusting a camera here. So entering the parking garage, you obviously will have the police SWAT team van blocking the door to the other half of the basement level. You essentially will not be able to gain access to this area in this particular playthrough with Claire. Claire in her A scenario does never get access to the police station's lockup. That is strictly a location for Leon, but Leon will get access in his B scenario to the chief of the police station and his office, hence the radio call with Claire. But in this instance, we won't get access to this area. So what we're going to do is we're going to head upstairs now with the club key in tow, and we're going to use it to unlock those last few rooms and get the stone necessary to opening up the chief's hidden passage and getting out of the police station. So head around the corner here and use the club key to gain access to this room. You will find the ink ribbons in here. You can grab them if you want. I don't grab them. Nothing in this locker, nothing in this locker, nothing in this locker, nothing in this locker. Fantastic. Over here, though, you will find a note on the bed. Watchman's Diary, August the 11th. I finally had the chance to see blue skies for the first time in ages, but it did little to lift my spirits. I was reprimanded by the chief for neglecting my duties while I was up on the clock tower. There's only one thing I still don't understand. The chief seemed to be more concerned about the fact that I was up on the clock tower than that I was neglecting my duties. Why was access to the tower prohibited in the first place? September the 5th. I recently talked to the old man who works at the scrapyard about back. His name is Thomas. He's a quiet man and really seems to enjoy chess. He even went so far as to design a special key and lock engraved with the chess pieces on them for one of the doors in the disposal yard. We made plans to play chess tomorrow night. I can't help but wonder how good he is. One thing that's been bothering me about him is the way he's always scratching himself. Does he have some sort of a skin disease, or is he just rude? September the 9th. Thomas was a much better player than I had imagined. I used to think of myself as a fairly decent player, but he did a pretty good job of humbling me. About the only thing I imagined that could match his skills is chess is his appetite. All the guy did was talk about food. Throughout the entire game, he sounded fairly healthy, but he didn't even look quite right. I wonder if he's okay. September the 12th, I was supposed to play another game of chess with Thomas, but he had to cancel it because he hasn't been feeling too well. He stopped by to see me, but I told him to go back and rest since he literally looked like the Walking Dead. He insisted that he was just fine, but I could tell he was really having problems. Come to think of it, I haven't been feeling too good of myself lately either. This is essentially the outbreak starting to take effect on the city. It's really kind of debatable among fans and lore, respectively, as a whole, that the outbreak was transmitted through the city's water supply in the sewer. Then there's also the theorem that much of the outbreak was brought on by the rats who got the virus into their fur. Similar to how we had the plague happen with fleas and rats. So hard to really say what the exact infection source was, because they both took place in the sewers. So it could have been the drinking water. It could have been rats making their way to the street level and spreading it through the city that way. But it's never really been really solidly accounted for. So once we get back to the police station, we will have, I believe, one more door to unlock with the club key, and then also getting to the 3rd floor of the mansion. Not the mansion, the police station with the clock tower. That's essentially where we need to go. As we read in Watchman's diary, that is a pivotal place that essentially the police chief Irons does not want anyone to go to. So he's obviously got something hidden up there as well. So what we will do is take our items in question here and drop them off. We're going to drop off those acid shells as well. And the grenade launcher and the ink ribbons. And basically go from there. So we're going to head back to the 1st floor eastern offices, past the interrogation rooms where we encountered the liquor, and we got the Eagle Stone for Claire. And we're going to access the conference room, which essentially is where all the news reporters would basically get a press release from the police in this area. So immediately leg it all the way down and enter this hallway. Head all the way down to the other side of the hallway. This is essentially the last door here. And that when we get ready to discard the key. And right away from the jump, we will have a liquor in here. So maybe we can get lucky and get an easy kill on him with the bow gun. We took a little damage, but that's okay. We need that gear right there, so that's essentially what we're going to want. Oh, we got to get the lighter. I remember now. We have to light the lighter. So we actually need to grab the lighter, but it's okay because we actually need to heal ourselves. So I need to light a lighter here. That is obviously a thing there that we need to do. But we also have a film here we need to develop. So let's go develop this film. We'll heal. We'll develop the film, we'll get the lighter, we'll get this gear, and then we can get to the clock tower of the police station. And that will be where I think we'll find our very last stone piece to access the hidden passage to the Chief Irons office. The injured status, showing them injured, was such a revolutionary thing because a lot of people didn't really want to look into their inventory or their status screen to basically check the status of their health. Essentially, the animation of their injury grew significantly worse. Danger, it is incredibly obvious, like you are going to die if you don't heal. So caution pretty much was pretty evident, like an injured arm or an injured hip, essentially in that fashion. So, I mean, that was pretty much a no-brainer there. Like, okay, yeah, you're obviously hurt. You're in trouble. You need to get some medical help. You're not going to make it if you don't. So I thought that was, really awesome for them to do that. And it made it so much more easier. So, but we got the lighter now. But let's go. I should have went and did this in the dark room. But I didn't really want to waste all that trip. So we'll go right through Martin's I guess we'll call this the Martin's office. And we'll cut through the evidence room and then basically make our way to the dark room and get this film developed. This is purely optional. If you're a completionist, you don't necessarily have to do this, but if you're a completionist, if you really want to get all the files you possibly hope to find, this is essentially necessary because the films are a part of your files, and to complete them in bulk, you'll need these prints. So, strictly for those who are completionists, not necessarily a demand or a necessity on any account, but if you're really wanting them, you need to do them. So get over here, use the film, and we will have pictured in front of the Arcturus Taylor, regressed into a zombie within 2 hours. Subject repeatedly complained about severe agitation of the epidermis in addition to feelings of nausea. This happened up to the moment he lost consciousness. So when he lost, and that's essentially a pivotal thing. Once they lose consciousness and pass out, they're basically their metabolism shuts down and starts to start to go through the transfiguration process of him turning into a zombie. A very practical thing, but essentially one that we've seen not just also in games, but in films as well. And most of the Resident Evil films feature that as well, that upon their regression to transforming into a zombie, they would pass out prior. And then when they woke up again, they would be essentially dead, but they would reanimate as a zombie. So let's make sure we got the lighter. That's good. That's what we want. So let's head back this way and get back to that office and get that gear. We essentially need that gear for the clock tower puzzle. We also will need the crank, which is also pivotal to the clock tower puzzle. So we're going to grab that as well. Very weird using tank controls again with the D-pad. The analog stick can work too, but it doesn't have a very fixed kind of control. I'm using the analog stick here, but you can see it actually does have pretty good measure of control. So I mean, you still have, pretty zippy kind of thing, but the D-pad, I think I'm used to the D-pad with tank controls than I am with the analog stick. So heading into here, go ahead over to this little, I guess, brazier, if you will. And basically we want to light the brazier there. You want to light the middle one first, the one to the right, and then the one to the left. In that order, and the gear will drop out. And that will complete the puzzle. Grab the gear, and then on your way back to the main hall, stop inside the storage room and grab the crank as well. That will be in the first floor waiting room. The analog stick is not very pinpoint with control, so it has its moments where it works better than the D-pad, but then there's other instances where it doesn't really seem to really work too well at all. I like right there. So I mean, it's not as fluid. It's not as fluid. So I'll stick to the D-pad. At the very least, I'll stop and I'll turn my character. Turning with the D-pad is probably the hardest part with running. So basically, I'll run, get some distance. Then when I have to make a turn, I'll stop and then I'll make a turn, or at least slow down and make a turn in that order. But go here, grab the square crank, and then let's get up the ladder back in the main hall. Head to the library area. Descend the stairwell. Right where, you remember where that floor collapsed. That's essentially where we need to go. So head up the ladder. Liquor will attempt to engage you, but that's okay. We're not really worried about it. Just be mindful of that jumping attack. That jumping attack can do shitloads of damage. Upon entering the library, though, you'll see below that hallway that takes us to the basement level will essentially now be populated by zombies. Thankfully for us, though, we will not be going back down there. Our business is up here. Leon will have to deal with that mess. Sorry, Leon. Yeah, it's imperative you don't let that don't let the liquor do that jumping attack, because that'll bring you down to caution. And if you're not careful and he does it 2 or 3 times, it can kill you. It is an incredibly powerful attack. But head over here, use the crank to lower the stairwell, taking you to the upper part of the clock tower. Use the cog, and then press the switch. And that will essentially lift the secret passage here, and the other half of the blue stone will essentially be available to us. Now we can get the other half of the blue stone that we have in our storage, and we can get out of the police station. So retreat back to the second floor waiting room. That will basically be the secretary's office. And then make your way from there with the other half of the blue stone to the chief's office. Oh, we went the wrong way. We had to go out in this hallway, not this room. So turn around, go back. So head back down into the main hall, and we're gonna lay it past the liquor. We're not gonna fuck with him. We're just gonna run right past him. He may have the advantage of offensive measure and a killing weapon, a killing strategy, but we're not gonna deal with him. It will pursue you, but it's not fast enough. It eventually will lose track of you at a certain distance and then disengage. It will not actively pursue you in this installment. But we're going to grab the blue stone here, and we're going to use it to create the Jaguar stone. Now, before we get any further ahead of us, though, we're going to go ahead and equip our grenade launcher. We're going to equip the flame shells and also maybe the acid shells as well. And we'll go ahead and 1 healing item and then 1 ink ribbon. We'll go ahead and save our game. And then put the ink ribbon away. Because we're going to have a bit of a boss / enemy to really kind of encounter after this sequence with the chief, who we will find in his little twisted little sanctum, I guess you would call it. I'm amazed nobody finds these fucking things. I mean, it's like you think that somebody would be on a little bit ahead of the curve with what's going on. But apparently, a police station full of cops is, pretty dense, to say the least. So after we get out of here, head around the corner and head right back to the chief's room. And then here we will find Sherry.
Claire,
Sherry, you're okay.
I'm glad to see you're safe, Claire.
Now, once we get back here, head over here and use the stone. And that will open up the hidden passage to the left, which is where the chief went. Head on through the passage, grab the paper on the floor that he dropped, mail to the chief. To Mr. Brian Irons, Chief of the Raccoon City Police Department. We have lost the mansion lab facility due to the actions of the renegade operative Albert Wesker. Fortunately, his interference will have no lasting effects upon our continued virus research. Our only present concern is the presence of the remaining STARS members, Redfield, Valentine, Burton Chambers, and Vickers. If it comes to light that STARS have any evidence as to the activities of our research, dispose of them in such a manner that would appear to be purely accidental. Continue to monitor their progress and make certain their knowledge does not go public, and that will continue to be your contact throughout this affair. William Birkin. To Mr. Brian Irons, Chief of the Raccoon City Police Department, I have deposited the amount of US $10,000 to the account for your services this term as per our agreement. The development of the G virus scheduled to replace the T virus is near completion. Once completed, I am certain that I will be appointed to be a member of the executive board for Umbrella Inc. It is imperative that we proceed with extreme caution. Redfield and the remaining STARS members are still attempting to uncover information on the project. Continue to monitor their activities and block all attempts to investigate the underground research facilities. We have a problem. Brian Irons, Chief of Police, Raccoon City Police Department, blah, blah, blah. We have a problem. I have received information informing me that Umbrella HQ has sent spies to recover my research on the G virus. There are an unknown number of agents involved. They must not be allowed to take this project away from me, as it represents my entire life's work. Search the city thoroughly for any suspicious persons, detain any such individuals by whatever means deemed necessary, and contact me immediately through Annette. With these precautions, any possible threat should be eliminated. I will not allow anyone to steal my work on the G virus, not even Umbrella. So once we have that, we pretty much have the elevator, and at this point,
Claire!
Sherry will follow us.
I'm going down there. Stay here and wait for me, okay?
And this will be our next piece of business. I mean, it's kind of sad, really, with the whole Birkin thing, because you know what? That guy really is so enveloped and wrapped up in his own virus research. Him and his wife, they essentially abandoned their daughter, Sherry, to this bullshit.
Help me!
After that little exchange, essentially, we will have this very dungeon-like environment for Irons.
So you've made it this far. Not bad, girl. But I'm not letting anyone leave my town. Everyone's gonna die.
Calm down, Chief. What happened?
Shut up! You couldn't possibly understand what's happened. Those monsters from Umbrella have destroyed my beautiful town. How could they do that to me after everything I've done for them?
So it's true. You have been working with Umbrella. Then you must know about the G virus. What is it? Tell me!
If you must know, it's the agent that can turn humans into the ultimate bioweapons. Superior to the T virus in every way. Dr. William Birkin is the genius behind the project.
William Birkin?
I'm sure you've already seen his little girl running around here somewhere. Sherry, isn't it? In case you haven't already figured it out, the monster that's been tearing my precinct apart is yet another product of the G virus. An ultimate bioweapon. Umbrella must be trying to cover its tracks. But if I have to go, I'm going to take you with me. My chest can't take the pain.
split him open like a fucking pomegranate. Over here on the shelf, after that whole fiasco, go ahead and grab the acid shells. Obviously, this is pretty much like his personal torture chamber. I mean, he's genuinely a fucking psychopath. He essentially made victims and trophies out of all the people he's killed. I mean, he's basically like Jeffrey Dahmer. The only difference is he doesn't eat his victims. Who knows? Maybe he does. So once we've had that sequence go through, we're going to head down the ladder. And we're going to have our first major battle with a boss enemy. So get your grenade launcher ready. We're going to use the existing shell in this first. And then we're going to switch directly to our flame shells. In this case, it will be a G organism or a failed G mutant. It will vomit out lots of these little pupated little embryos, which essentially we will get rid of in that capacity. Go ahead and load the flame shells. Fucking thing just keeps they just clamber onto you. If you do take a little damage, don't freak out. We're good. Go ahead and do the flat acid shell, and that will take care of that one. Now we're in danger, so we're gonna definitely get out of here. That will pretty much conclude that work. We're going to rejoin Sherry. The mutant will be gone, so that will not be a problematic threat. But we are definitely going to take our steps towards getting Sherry and getting out of the police station. We have a way out, and this is our way out. So board the elevator and then return upstairs in the office of the chief.
Claire, you came back!
I can't believe the man who developed the G virus is actually her father.
What's wrong, Claire?
It's nothing. But I think I found a way out of here. We should be able to find someplace safe if we can just make it out of town.
But...
Don't worry, I'll protect you. I promise. But you have to make sure you don't leave my side.
And this is where she'll call Leon.
Leon, are you still there? We're leaving.
Are you crazy? The streets are still crawling with zombies.
It'll be all right, trust me. We found a way to the sewer. Follow us later.
Claire! Claire! Wait!
Now, Leon, at this point in time, I'm going to basically play this out in scenario, but at this point in time, Leon is essentially in the basement level of the police station. He has essentially met up with Ada, and he is making his way through the jail center area of the station. So, while Claire is pretty much conducting this business up on the second floor of the police station, he's actually in the basement level. He will revisit this location, or maybe he won't. I'm not entirely sure. But you could go downstairs to the police station, but it really won't make a difference. You won't find him, and the area to the jail will essentially still be blocked off, and you won't be able to access it. But I'm not sure if that's the case. I've been told it is, but let's take a look at our map and see for ourselves, matter of fact. So yeah, that you can pretty much see this huge blue section here is the police parking garage, and that area to the left that is all spaced out is essentially the jail that we cannot access. So, but that's okay. I'm not really sweating it. we're pretty much in a good position where we don't really need to really go about worried about that. So head down the ladder where we took out the G organism, and then we'll keep on moving. Do not run too far, because if you do, Sherry will crouch down and you will not move on without her. You'll have to go back and get her. So she is a tiny little thing, so you're going to want her company at all times. So once you press the switch, oh, look at her holding her hand. So precious. So cute. So once we get through that piece of work, we're going to definitely head further into the upper area of the lab. Not the lab, but the sewers. This is essentially the early infancies. This is from Claire's perspective, getting to the sewers.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Sherry will drop down, followed by Claire. And then you will be encountering the G mutant, in this case, Mr. Birkin, looking around for victims. Now, he does not see them, so I don't know why they've panicked so easily and run! There's no reason to run. Relax. He didn't see you. But upon entering the next area, a drainage duct will open, sucking Sherry away, and you will take control of her, I think, in this playthrough. You'll be separated from Claire yet again in a lower flooded area of the sewer.
Where are you? Sherry! Claire! I'm here!
But she will essentially not know where you are, in which case you're going to have to move on without her. Heading into this area here, deeper into the sewer system, we'll have some more threats, but we'll also have some other items we can grab as well. This is, by extension, the side area that Leon will gain access to. But here we will have zombies that we can actually very easily avoid. We can't really get to that because it's out of reach, and Sherry's tiny ass can't make it that far. So, but Claire will eventually find her way down here, but we will go through this duct here. Now, this is kind of dangerous because Sherry can die very easily, but I have, because of these damn roaches. But if you're fast enough and you bolt, you should be able to get out of there. But you essentially really want to just get out, come on, get off the fucking kid. I've actually been killed by those fucking roaches. So, let's see, did I take a lot of damage? No, I didn't. That's good. And here, you'll find that it is actually a trash heap, but you'll grab the wolf metal, which is essential, pivotal to the entry and exit to the lab. So, grab the wolf metal, and the trash will collapse, dropping you into a lower layer area. Any question?
Claire? Oh. Oh.
Now, upon that sequence of events taking place, we will take control of Claire again. Birkin will have found Sherry and implanted her with an embryo, essentially to turn her into something like him. So we will have to find her and have to find her fast. Grab the blue herbs here, because we will have poison enemies in the preceding area. And then we will be entering a save room. Over here will be an ink ribbon. Grab that as well. the sewer manager facts. User list of the connection facility. On the first and third Wednesday of the month, Angelica Margaret, chief of maintenance, will make use of the facilities. Be sure to reduce the moisture levels in the facility by activating the fan, as the equipment she will be using is susceptible to the effects of water vapors. On 28th of every month, the chemical transporter Don Weller will use the facility. The chemicals will be transported are extremely volatile. Extreme caution should be observed throughout their transport. On the 6th and the 16th of every month, Police Chief Brian Irons will visit the facility to attend the regular meetings that take place in the lab. On the 4th Friday of every other month, William Birkin will use the facility to conduct a training seminar for the Chicago branch of Umbrella Inc. As the probability of an attack upon Dr. Birkin will be high, take every measure conceivable to guard his life. You will be informed of all other potential visitors and the times they will arrive as needed. Guide these individuals to their destination safely. We expect nothing but the best from you. Charles Coleman, Secretary Chief of Umbrella Headquarters. And here on this bag over here, we will find more handgun ammo, which we will take. And then over here, use the lockpick to open this door. And then we will head down the ladder. And this will take us to the lower level where Sherry was just at. We probably just fucking missed her by a couple of seconds, because she literally makes it through here very fast and easy in that respect. We're obviously not going to fuck with the zombie here. If we can get through here, great. But we'll see what we can do. Grab the grenade launcher rounds. And just get out of the area. And then head up the ladder. Ooh! Terrible gas. I need to eat. But we're not eating until we finish this. So. We're going to drop off the grenade shell rounds. And we're going to grab these two respective green and red herb mixtures. And we're going to mix them with the blue herb. We'll also take the bowgun bolts, and we'll save our game as well. And then we're going to take the elevator that we saw over in the corner down to the lower level, where we will find, I believe, Leon, I think. Or maybe not, I'm not sure. I don't think we'll find Leon quite yet. So, save your game, and let's get to work. Now, considering that we are ahead of Leon with a little bit of the playthrough, we essentially do not have the means of accessing the other elevator. This elevator is essentially the elevator Leon will take to get here, and this is essentially where their paths will sort of converge into one point. So essentially, whoever gets here first will basically have the elevator access for them to navigate. Leon will be able to board that elevator later on. But essentially, if Claire gets here first, she won't get access to Leon. If Leon gets here first, Claire will not be able to access it. So, immediately head into this small funnel area, a sewer / area, essentially to our benefit. And we will find here in the corner some dead UBCS members, part of the security team that was sent by Umbrella. So we're going to go ahead and load the flame shells into our grenade launcher, swap them out, because we're going to be dealing with some spiders. Another dead UBCS member will be underneath the water here, but the spiders will be further along in this question over here. So we're going to immediately... Not entirely sure we can get a shot on that guy. Doesn't look like it. But it doesn't really matter because ultimately we got what we need there. A bow gun will easily get the spider. One grenade, one bow shot essentially is all you really need to drop them guys. So heading into this area next, we'll have an equal measure of threats of spiders, I think. I'm not sure, but we'll find out soon for long. But right away, you can see that spider pretty much ready to rumble. We're going to go ahead and just shoot him with our bow gun, see how many shots we can get. There we go. And now I'll take care of the spiders. So head into here, and you will essentially have this little metal identification system. So we need the Eagle medal and the Wolf medal, signature to Director's Cut, to gain access to this particular area of the lab. Essentially, this lab area is essentially where we're going to take us to the underground Umbrella research facility. But first things first. Here we have blue herbs here on the left in the event we are poisoned. So equip your handgun and proceed, and you will be surprised by good old Annette. Now a basket case. Oh, I see.
Another spy sent by Umbrella, right? Let me guess. You're here to steal my husband's G-Virus, aren't you? You are tenacious, I'll give you that.
Husband? Then you must be Annette. Sherry's mother?
What?
Sherry's wandering around alone in the sewers. You have to help me find her.
That's impossible. I told her to go to the police station. What's she doing here? William will be after her.
William?
That's right. The creature that's been causing all this destruction is none other than my own husband.
And now we'll get a little bit of a story recap.
This way.
This way.
It's sheer perfection. My precious.
That's essentially Hunk right there.
No one will ever
If
take it away
nobody
from me.
knows, that's Hunk, the fourth survivor character from the Resident Evil 2 game.
There he is.
So you finally come.
Doctor, we're here to collect the G-Virus sample.
Sorry, but I won't just hand over my life's work.
Stop. You might hit the sample. That's it, all right. Okay, let's move out.
William. Oh my. Hold on, darling. I'm taking care of that bullet wound first. Stay here.
Bullet wound? The guy's got 12, at least, maybe more.
Alpha team.
Fuck you, I mean, can't you count? His whole body on the right side is all blood. I mean, you think one bullet wound is going to do all that damage?
Are you telling me that he injected the G-Virus into his own body?
The G-Virus has the ability to revitalize cellular functions.
What was that? Something's wrong. Let's check it out. Over there. Shoot it! Eat this, you freak! The guns aren't stopping it! What is this thing? Hurry!
He breaks the T-virus sample there. He eats all the G-virus samples. He fucking eats them.
What is this thing?
And then he continues his assault.
Fire! Fire!
Boom.
Son of a...
Die. And this is where it gets confusing. It says that the rats were the ones who carried the virus.
So those rats were the carriers of the virus?
As a result of his virus-induced transmutation, William should have lost any prior memories he had as a human by now. I tried to save him, but I'm afraid it's already too late.
But...
And that's not even the entire story. Every G-Virus bioweapon, including William, has the ability to implant embryos into other life forms. That's why he's after Sherry.
what are you trying to say?
The bodies of individuals with non-related genetic coding are likely to reject the embryo, but since Sherry is his daughter, that possibility is non-existent. It's an inherent survival instinct.
It's Sherry. You go that way.
Now, this is the one instance where Annette has actually got her head screwed on straight. She's not trying to kill you like she is Leon. Leon is like pretty straightforward in her attempts to kill him. So here we have the oil pressure transmitter. We need the valve handle. So this is where we need to go back and get the valve handle to find to get this bridge lowered so we can cross it. So we need to get out of here, go back to the storage room. I didn't think about this earlier. I should have, and I didn't think about it. I mean, I could rewind it back, but I don't really want to do that because then we got to go through all the cutscene shit again. And unfortunately, I don't think we can skip cutscenes in this game, or at least not yet. I think we need to play through it the first time, and then we can start skipping them. So let's run back, get the valve handle. I should have grabbed that earlier, but I didn't. I mean, it's kind of funny. I mean, when it's Leon's game, Annette is such a fucking edgelord in this game. She, like, accuses everyone. She accuses Claire. She accuses Ada. She accuses Leon. Everyone is out to get... It's like, lady, are you not keeping up on current events? It's like the apocalypse now up there, up on the street level. I think everybody is pretty much just trying to find a fucking safe place to stay alive and not get eaten by this fucking nonsense you two have created. And you just want to keep slinging this bullshit of, you know, oh, they're after my virus sample, they're after the G-Virus, they're after the G-Virus. You left your kid at the police station, your husband is a mindless fucking murderer, now turned into a monster, and that's your biggest takeaway? That's your biggest takeaway? Really? It's like this. It's just crazy. It's kind of crazy, but it's also kind of amusing at the same time because, it's amusing in a sense because with Leon, I mean, it's like a broken record. It's all she talks about over and over and over again. But with Claire, who genuinely gives a shit about Sherry's well-being, it's actually pretty solid aces with how incredibly, you know, she's a bit warped, but she's not out of touch. Claire can actually talk sense into her. But otherwise, I mean, she's just a fucking basket case at this point. City's going to hell. Kids at risk. Your husband's turned into a murdering monster, and that's the only thing you can have tunnel vision on in that capacity. So once you get the valve, come on back here and just get this thing lowered. And over here, we will have green herbs. Go ahead and mix the herbs. What do you want, little maniac kitty? Grab the flame shells and then mix them, combine them with your existing shells in your grenade launcher. I don't think there is an ink ribbon here. Okay. Before we save our game, though, let's go ahead. We're going to need to send this thing back up. So raise the valve essentially back up so that we essentially can get out of this next area without an issue. Then we're going to take our grenade launcher. Actually, no. Actually, yeah, we will. But we're gonna use our bow gun first, because we're gonna have a boss coming up. So we're gonna save our game and we're gonna get ready for that boss. $45 it'll be tomorrow, so it's getting a little warmer, thankfully. Winter is slowly but surely coming to an end. Thank fuck. I like the winter, but I kind of am glad that it's coming to an end because I really am looking forward to riding my electric bike and getting around town. So heading down here, pay close attention to this valve here. This high pressure gas cylinder. Now, there's a thing that I will share with you before we get further ahead in this. You will encounter the boss for the giant alligator. Essentially, that is a boss sequenced for strictly Leon. But in this particular OG version, either Leon or Cleric basically can encounter it. So
Sherry!
finding Sherry there will essentially, and you'll see the alligator immediately try to attack Claire. So we're gonna lure this asshole down. Now, if we don't kill him here, Leon will kill him later in his second playthrough. So what we're going to do, if we don't, we're gonna go ahead and hit the gas cylinder, and that will drop the gas cylinder there. Then you're just gonna get your handgun out and just pop one bullet and blow its head off. It'll pick the gas cylinder up in his mouth, and that will blow off the entire alligator's head. Now, Leon can come through here and not have to deal with it. He will have to deal with zombies, but that is a far cry easier than dealing with a really big dump truck-sized alligator. So go ahead and use the electronic lock here. And that will enter the dumping area here. Grab the wolf metal, and then we're going to need to get rid of one of our green herbs. So we're going to go ahead and use this one here. Grab the wolf metal after we get Sherry up.
Come on, wake up, Sherry.
And right there, we can see the G embryo that has basically gotten inside her.
My stomach. It hurts.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. Come on, let's go.
So we essentially need to get her out of here, grab the wolf metal that she dropped with her, and get up and out of this area. She's essentially infected with a G virus embryo. This is the canon ending, in a sense. Basically, the canon event for her, because she ends up getting really powerful healing factors from the G virus infecting her. She'll be cured of the G virus essentially, but remnants of it will give her incredible healing powers later that we will see firsthand in Resident Evil 6. Keep up, kid. Now, heading up here, we will have the sewer manager's diary, June the 28th. It's been a while, but I saw Don today and we talked after completing our work. He told me he had been sick in bed until yesterday. It really doesn't come as much of a surprise given how long he's been working here. He was sweating like a horse and kept scratching his body. While we were talking, I asked him if he was hot, but he just looked at me funny. What's wrong with him anyway? July 7th. Chief Irons has been visiting the lab quite often lately. I don't know what he's doing over there, but he always looks grim. The expression on his face has been even more unsettling than usual. My guess is that it's because of Dr. Bergen's impossible requests. The chief has my sympathies, though. After all he's done for the town, he doesn't deserve this. July 21st. I rarely drink because I'm on the graveyard shift, but I don't suppose I have much to complain about since this is how I make my living. August 16th. Chief Irons came in late today, looking grimmer than his usual self. I tried to joke with him to cheer him up, but he wasn't amused. He pulled his gun and threatened to shoot me. I was able to calm him down, but that guy must have some serious problems. He knows he can't enter the lab without my help and my medal. This is what it means for the chief to serve and protect. August 21st. William informed me that the police and the media have begun their investigating Umbrella's affairs. He said that that the investigation will be citywide and that there is a possibility they'll even search through the sewers. He asked me to suspend all umbrella sewer facility operations until the investigation has concluded. Sewer will still be used for passage, but he stressed that I have to be extremely cautious and that I'd lose my job if anyone finds out about this operation. So over here will be the dead sewer manager. Grab the Eagle medal from his person. And then we will head around and down this ramp. And this is entirely the reason why we wanted to get this lower level path opened up with the upper level, essentially in this order. We're also going to use the valve one final time here by stopping the fan, the ventilation fan, and using the ladder to get up into the ventilation system to get back to the main sewer path. So once we've done that, go ahead and get to climbing. You can run a little bit, but not very far. If you go too far, Sherry will crouch down and feel very lonely and scared, and you'll have to go back and get her. But you can run a few steps, but walk, run, walk, just in that order. Obviously here, we'll be back in the sewer area, so we're essentially going to want to move really quickly because we'll have some zombies here in our way. But we're not going to hang around. We're just going to keep it moving. Quickly, get out of the area. Sherry will stay very close to you, and you can pretty much guarantee that. So head over here, use the Wolf and Eagle medals respectively to get this path opened up and get out of here. Once the medals are installed, the water flow will cease and the water level will also drop. Then head on through the door. Now, heading into this area, we will have a giant, huge turntable-style room. Depending on the difficulty you're playing, you usually will get more weapons or ammo in this case, so it depends really entirely on what you're operating. But essentially, that is what you will get. Head over here around the corner to this control console to activate the cable car. This will essentially take you up and over. It's a sky tram, not a cable car. My apologies. Political correctness in this case. So we're going to head into here and board the Skytram. This will essentially take us to the area leading to the lab. Now here we have a signal rocket. Now this is actually important that we use this, but we'll get a key for this. But we essentially were going to want to get the lighter for that. I don't think we have the lighter on us. We don't, so we have to go get it. But we'll make a trip back for this specifically. So heading into this hallway passage, we're gonna have some zombies in our way. We're gonna want to drop them fast. Heading into this area over here, we'll have a new weapon known as the Spark Shot. This is an experimental, high-powered shock weapon that will kill or hurt really powerful enemies. So this is a very unique weapon. We saw plenty of this in the remake, but in this particular instance, this is essentially going to be Jill's signature weapon. So we're just going to grab that and keep moving into the next area. I think we have one more passage we have to take, I believe, but we'll see. We will obviously have threats ahead of us, so we're going to take our time with this. We got some little bit of leg room with the grenade launcher, so we're gonna use that. Now we're gonna take the ladder and go up. I'm gonna make a special trip though back, and I'm gonna grab my lighter. I'm gonna make a special trip back specifically for the item in question. So right away though, you're gonna have some of these other items here, namely these grenades. Hence why I took the liberty of grabbing the other item in question, the whatchamacallit. The side pack. Yeah. My brain catches up. I'm on fucking dial-up at this point with my cerebellum, my cortex and everything. Grab the ink ribbon, and then go ahead and grab the lighter inside. And we're going to go ahead and grab these grenade launcher rounds as well as these flame shell rounds. We're going to mix the flame shells. We're going to put the explosive shells away. All right, now we're going to make a little bit of backtracking. We're going to go back and use that flare thing. Essentially, we want that because we're going to have a locker key we can use, but we only can see it if we actually trigger it to appear. So Sherry will stay behind, thankfully, which is good. So she will stay behind, and we will make a return trip back for her. But we're going to go back and get that flare used, and then basically go from there. All the enemies that we have dispatched will essentially be gone and not a present threat going forward. Head over here and use the flare, the lighter on the flare, and that will fire off the shell, which will illuminate the key on the right that we otherwise would not have been able to see very easily. Grab it. And the weapon box key is what we will find. Now make your way all the way back to Sherry. In the next passage, though, we'll take a quick detour and go to the left, go to the right instead of the left, because there is some herbs at the far end of that passage that we can grab. So, typical to what we would normally do, we went left to get up to that control room there. We're going to go right, and there will be a zombie here, as well as 2 green herbs. Go ahead and grab them. So, big thing we're going to do is we're going to put away our acid shells. We're going to take the spark shot with us. We're going to leave away this mixed herb. We're going to take the healing. We're going to take the... We'll leave off the lighter. We're going to leave the weapon box key. We're going to take that first aid box over there in that shelf over there. And we're going to head out here. We'll save the game once we get the key. We need to get a key to get this thing working. Over here by the drum that's tipped over, you'll find some more handgun ammo as well. Heading out here, over here, grab the wall with the factory map. Out here. Oh, see, and there you go. That's what happens if you go too far away from Sherry. She will essentially crouch down and feel pretty alone. So, over here, just checking to see if there's anything over here we need to grab. Doesn't look like there is, so that's good. We're definitely going to save our... I think... I need to say, yeah, I forgot to save my game. I'm not sure if there's a key that we need to access this terminal here or not. I don't think so, but we'll see. So go over here, save your game, and then we'll get on with the rest of it. So at this point, you should be pretty solid for any means and measures that you require for firepower, for healing. This is pretty much, we're coming into the end game of this particular run. So we are coming up on the end of it. The next stop will be the lab, and that will be probably the final stop for us as a whole. To get this thing working, we need to get up inside this factory cable car or track car, whatever you want to call it. And essentially, this is what we need. In here, in the bathroom, you will find the flame shells for the grenade launcher. Go ahead and put those in it as well. And then go over in here, and you're going to grab the control panel key. This is essentially what you need to get this bitch moving. So head outside and get this thing rolling. Head over here, and I can't use it right now. You see the keyhole insignia? That's usually a good indicator. Okay, now we got the keyhole. So now we got it working. Press the button, and it'll turn this thing on. And we're getting ready to head down. And then we will have a boss battle heading down into the lab area with Mr. Birkin trying to catch up to his daughter.
Claire, my stomach hurts.
And she'll start to pass out.
Hang in there, Sherry. Your forehead's burning up. I've got to hurry before the embryos pupate.
At this point, William will show up looking for a fight. So, security panel. In case of an emergency, the red light will turn on and access from the outside will be prohibited for a limited time. So I'm going to go out there and fight this son of a bitch. But luckily, the door will lock behind me and she'll be safe. So, drop down, heading around, and he will throw the pipe he was using as a weapon, because he's got a new weapon. Now, we will actually see his form mutate again as he gets a second head, and his human head goes down to his chest, and he now gets his claws that he had before, but somehow lost them. Now, this is the only instance where I'll use the spark shot because it is slow. Now, just using that brought me down to like 30%, so I mean, that's a pretty powerful fucking gun. But I only will use it in instances where it's like really, really slow, because it is a slow weapon. Traditional shots are pretty good with a single like beam-like shot, but if you can get a really solid focused shot by pressing and holding it, you can do a huge amount of damage very fast. So we're gonna head on up in here and head right in to get to Sherry. And we will arrive at the lab.
Sherry.
Claire?
Oh, you're finally awake.
Isn't this...
She gives
That's
her
okay.
vest.
You keep it. I'm sure it'll keep you safe.
Thank you, Claire. Even though I'm an only child, neither of my parents ever spent much time with me because of their work. I grew up alone, but now that you're with me, I finally have someone to rely upon.
Sherry. Rest here for a bit. I'll be right back, as soon as I found the antidote for you.
So with that being said, she will stay here. She'll be safe. She won't be in harm's way. And ironically, it will be Leon that comes and gets her later on. Search the lockers and you'll find more flame shells, as well as the acid shells over here as well. So we're getting a lot of grenade shells. Grab the increments as well. So we'll leave the first aid spray here. We'll leave the spark. Well, we'll keep the spark shot, because that will be very powerful for what we plan to do next. We'll go ahead and leave our handgun and handgun ammo behind, and go ahead and take the explosive shells, and we'll probably take one healing item with us, just in case we get into some shit. We got liquors here that are going to be a little bit more stronger than usual. We're going to have a new type of threat in the form of the Ivy enemy, as well as perhaps a couple of zombies. But luckily, we have enough firepower to actually hold our own against any potential implications of threats in big numbers. So head on into the main lab shaft area and head further in. To restore power to the lab, we will need a huge breaker system in the lab. The main fuse has been missing, so we need to get power back in the lab. So the first path we're going to take is the red path, or the right channel, whatever you want to call it. You get my meaning. Follow the red light. So west area is where we're at. So essentially we'll be going here and taking a right, and we'll take the first door to our front. The door to our left will essentially be locked from the other side. We need to gain access to it. Inside the locker, we will find more bowgun bolts. Go ahead and check the file. Laboratory security manual. Security measures in case of an emergency. In the instance of an uncontrollable biohazardous outbreak, all security measures will be directed towards the underground transport facility. In the instance that any abnormalities are detected among the cargo in transit, all materials will automatically be transported from the loading zone to the designated high-speed train, at which point all materials will be isolated and disposed of immediately. In the instance of a Class 1 emergency, the entire train will be purged and disposed of without delay. In the instance that the lab itself becomes contaminated, the northernmost route currently used to transport materials to and from the facility will be designated as the emergency escape route. This route will secure passage to the relay point outside the city limits. Disclosure about any information regarding the research conducted here or the existence of this facility is strictly prohibited. Since it is a top priority to keep all research classified, escape access may be denied under certain extenuating circumstances. So there's also a green light here. The console says anti-BOW gas sprinkler. Will you switch it on? Now, I'm not really too sure what exactly this does. I don't think it really does jack shit, but essentially it weakens BOWs, I guess. User registration. Temporary user registration for the Culture Experiment Room. Username guest, password none. Valid for 24 hours. This is an important thing that is strictly only going to be usable for the second scenario character, in this case, Leon. Later, the same will be received. Only 2 people can gain access, so we have to use 2 IDs. Essentially, Claire will be the first, but she will not gain access to the room. That access will be granted to Leon when he introduces himself as a secondary. So we're doing that for Leon and Leon alone. Over here, the researcher's corpse. It looks like he poured fuel all over this place. So we're going to go ahead and light it. I think we can do it with our grenade launcher. Yep. Saves us from having to use the lighter. Now the sprinkler system will activate. I think that essentially is what that's for, but I'm not sure. Oh, excuse me. So once we've pretty much concluded with that piece of work, we're going to head into the vent duct now that essentially is free of the ivy tentacles. In here, we will have a spark shot available for use. And that will basically take care of them as threats. Took a little bit of damage, but that's okay because we kind of expected that. Over here inside this closet here, I think we have something. 2 batches of explosive shells with a grenade launcher. So you're really not going to really be needing your handgun too much at this point because you're going to have a huge itinerary of weaponry in your favor that's going to be taking you for the long haul. Go ahead and unlock the door and make your way out. We still are no closer to restoring power to gain access to the lower levels, so we essentially have searched the east wing, the west area. We need to go to the east area now. So make your way through the blue door here, and this will take you to the east area. This door will only open with a card key, so that door is off limits. The path to our right will essentially be shuttered. The cold storage room here is essentially what we want. This is where we will find the main fuse. So head on in here, freezing your ass off as you go, and you will find a first aid spray. We're going to go ahead and use our green herb. We don't really need to, but I wanted to grab this first aid spray. So over here, grab the main fuse case, and now we can make it with this console over here with the main. So go over here with the fuse case. Go over here with this. I think it's right here. Yeah. Now we can use the fuse case. And we'll get this nifty little scene of this machine at work. It's amazing how this thing has any real function with the extreme cold in this room. You figured, like, animatronic-wise, it would break down, but it doesn't seem to. Circuitry-wise and such. So once we have pretty much opened up that area, we essentially will have the main fuse. Now we can restore power to the lab as a whole. So head back to the main lab spire and use the fuse on the central generator. And that will restore power to the lab as a whole. Now the first thing we're going to do is I know we want to go that way, but I want to go back this way and open up that other area to the right. I'm not sure how exactly we get our IDs on it. I think we need to access the computer first. So let's see. So we're going to open up the shutter here directly to our right, first and foremost. And that will basically open up this door. This is the area where only Leon will be able to access it in his game. 2 or more staff, so not on file. So we need to access the computer in the lower levels, get our IDs on file, then come up here and then put our IDs in the computer. Claire first, and then Leon will be the second scenario when we do it for him. If you don't do it with Claire, Leon will not really get anything out of the act. So essentially, it is imperative that you do this the first time around with Claire. If you don't do it with her, it will be moot, and Leon will not be able to access the room. So entering the west area again, open the shutters now here, and then quickly step back because we will have IVs, which will attempt to poison you. They are vulnerable to fire, so that's essentially why I use the grenade launcher's flame shells. If you don't use fire, they will essentially be able to reactively, their corpses will reach up and smack you with their tentacle. Here is another one. Go ahead and burn them. And then grab the green herbs as well. And then mix them. See this giant, huge ivy plant here, just going right up the thing. Not really a threat, but not exactly safe in either. These liquors are darker skinned, but they are more dangerous and harder to kill. So they also do more damage. But thankfully, we actually had the benefit of having the spark shot, making it a little easier for us to kill them. So we'll heal ourselves from the little damage we did take from that one attack from the liquor. And then we'll use the existing remainders of these other materials here. So once we dispatch the liquors, head on through the main hall. Ignore that console. That is essentially going to be our way out with Claire, but we're not going to worry about that right now for the time being. Head around this central monitoring lab area, this monitoring room of a sort. A map of the lab is available here. Activate the laboratory map. We got it. Very nice. Now we're going to head over here to the storage box, and we're going to drop off a few things. Most notably, we're going to drop off the ink ribbons. We're going to drop off these bowgun bolts. We don't necessarily need them either. So we'll go ahead and we'll take the weapon box key, and we'll drop off the herbs as well. And proceed. Now this area will be a moth-infested area. If you try to run through, you may get some maggots dropping down on top of you. This door won't open without a card key, so we need a card key to get in there. So our first stop is not going to be the room to the right, it's going to be the lab area to the left. And this is going to look very familiar because essentially this is the very lab where UBCS raided the facility and shot Birkin. Use the weapon box key, and inside you'll find 2 explosive sets of grenade launcher rounds. Let's go ahead and swap them out, and we'll use these instead. I mean, we could probably still use... I probably will still use the spark shot. Two shots from the spark shot will kill a zombie. Easy enough. Save some of the spark shot for when we drop fight William again. There's the card key. Go ahead and grab that. And then we'll make our way out. Oh, you fucking motherfucker. That's why I don't... Yeah, it's very tricksy about that's one thing I don't like about the explosive shells with the grenade launcher. They scatter. And I don't like the fact that they scatter. A single shell, it should be like a direct contact explosive ordnance, but it isn't.
Annette!
You killed William. I'll never forgive you for that.
Wait!
I've just prepared a sample of the G-Virus. And this time, no one will take it from me. This is the most significant piece of research my husband has ever left in my hands.
Stop it! Sherry's in serious trouble. William implanted her with his embryos. There's no telling when they'll pupate. And if that happens, then Sherry won't...
What? William...
Oh, lady, you are fucking dumb.
William, you're alive.
You're not. You stupid bitch.
William is still alive. He's getting stronger with each skin he casts off. Sherry!
Tell me what I need to know. How can I save Sherry?
I have detailed information. Everything you need to know to prepare the antidote is right here.
Instruction for synthesis of the G-Virus antigen, codename Devil. Any beings affected by the G-Virus will reproduce through the impregnation of an embryo with another living being. Unless they're rejected by the host, the embryo will undertake a process of gradual cellular innovation, infecting the host cells on a molecular level, and as it rewrites their DNA. Once the metamorphosis is complete, the host will be capable of continuing this cycle of self-replication. The duration of the time for the process to run its course will vary from subject to subject. In the early stages of cellular invasion, it is possible to halt the progression of the metamorphosis through the administration of the G vaccine antigen. The following procedures details its synthesis. The vaccine creation requires the base vaccine. This can be arranged by the activator VAM. First, set the empty cartridge to the VAM and activate it. After several moments, the process will be complete and the white-colored base vaccine will be set in the cartridge automatically. Then confirm the green light is on, remove the cartridge, and then proceed to the next step. Once the base vaccine has been prepared, set it in the vaccine synthesis machine located in P4 level experiment room, which we just left. The machine is fully automated and only requires the user to push the sequence start switch, at which point the program will run and automatically and synthesis will be completed within approximately 10 seconds. As the synthesis of Devil is an extremely delicate process, the quality will vary with slight shocks or changes in slight shocks or changes in temperature, and careful handling required for the proper results.
Save my daughter. And tell her I'm sorry I wasn't a better mother. Tell her I love her. Sherry.
Annette!
Dumb bitch.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
So that's it. Clock's ticking. Let's move. So we're going to immediately head in here and use the card key to gain access to the lab here. This will essentially be where we put in our ID for the other piece of work. So, but in here we will have a moth. Kill it. Operate computer. Umbrella room system. Culture experiment room staff registry. Accessing. Enter your username. So put guest. Register your fingerprint. Please wait. Registration complete. Guest registration is valid for 24 hours. So that will strictly be good for Leon, the first half of Leon's work. So now we need to hurry upstairs to the upper level of the other lab. So bypass, and that's dead ass. Stupid bimbo. I mean, what did you think was going to happen, Annette? Why would you run to him? Thinking like, oh, he's going to remember me? Yeah. And then here, we'll have another cutscene with Claire seeing Leon on the monitors.
Leon, we made it!
Claire, is that you? Where are you?
I can see you on the monitor. But never mind that right now. Leon, you have to go back and get Sherry for me. I left her in the security office. Please, you must save her.
Wait a second. What are you gonna do? Where are you going?
I still have a few loose ends to take care of. I'm counting on you.
So, while Claire will be busy making the antidote for Sherry, Leon will save Sherry and get her moved to the lower platform with the train to get out of the area. So, that will be our opportunity to book it. Before we board before we get up on that ladder, we're gonna equip our flame shells because we're gonna have a couple IVs waiting for us in the hallway that we returned to, that we took out in the first two IVs. But they won't be in the vicinity of us, they'll be essentially in the hallway leading into the next area. So once we dispatch them, we're going to head out into the main hall, or the main lab spire, if you will, and we're going to head directly for the synthesis lab to get the base vaccine. You're going to do a little bit of running and leg work here, so... use the lab card key and then get rid of it. We no longer will need it in our possession. Now, upon entering here, we will have the vaccine cartridge. We will also have explosive shells here. Go ahead and switch out your grenade shells yet again. You want to aim a little bit up. just to get the maximum effect of those explosive shells. And that's essentially what we want. Too dark to see anything. We need to switch on the light. I think it's over here. There we go. There's the light. Now head over here, and I think you'll find on this surgical operating table the system disk. This will essentially get us a way out. But we're going to be over here to the base vaccine. So use this. Activate the VAM. So over here. I'm not sure where we're... Is this right here? Alright, here we go. So it's synthesized in the base vaccine. It's ready. So grab the base vaccine now. Now we're going to head back down to the lower lab level. Oh, before we forget, you want to go register that. You want to go register your ID into that machine before we forget, because if we don't do it here, you got to put your information in the system, but you got to put your entry in for it to work. So head over here and use your entry to get it. So fingerprint verified. That'll bring it to level. That'll proceed it to the yellow one. Now, obviously, we can't do the second time to get the door open. That will have to be Leon. So now Leon can gain access to the door when we get to his next playthrough with his B scenario. So head on into the back downstairs to the lab level, and we'll go back to that lab beyond Nanette's position where her body is, and get this vaccine made. So, after getting down the ladder, again, get back to the business at hand of getting yourself around here. Obviously, we'll have some zombies in our way. Get them out of your way. Jesus, he was a tough one, wasn't he? Took 2 shots from the spark shot and a grenade shot. So now, upon returning back to this main lab, we're going to take this base vaccine to the very back room over here in the corner. This is essentially where she was referring to. So put it in there, and that will get it in there, and that will make the synthesis. 10 seconds is what it said. And we're in business. The vaccine will be put into Claire's inventory, essentially replacing her lockpick. So that will free up the inventory one spot so you don't have to hulk that thing with you. Now we're going to head back to the storage room in the monitor room and get ourselves equipped properly for the fight to come. You probably won't really have much of a fight on your hands until it makes its second transformation with Birkin. So, what are we taking with us? Well, I can definitely tell you right now, we're going to take every grenade item we have. Not the bow gun, not the handgun. We're going to take all of these items specifically. We'll go ahead and save our game, though. just in case. We're in the end game now, guys. If you made it this far, congratulations. We did this in one playthrough. I'm very, very happy with it. Make sure you have the system disk on your person as well, because you're going to need that as well. So once you get here, use the system disk to open up the path leading to the lab train. And this is where we will head through and proceed into the next area. This is essentially Claire's biggest boss battle yet, so this is pretty much where it's going to be this point.
5 minutes until detonation.
So immediately run down the center and activate the elevator. Excuse me. Now, at this point, the damage he takes will force him to transform again into a four-legged beast. He will be very hard to hit and extremely aggressive and fast. He'll jump around between the spires of chemical vats and also charge you with his teeth-clad chest. So what you want to do is basically get a little bit of leg room. He'll also leap on the walls for additional attacks. And with that, it's pretty much a dead issue. Hence why you can see I didn't want to take the SMG from the police station, because the grenade launcher essentially is pretty powerful. Further compounded by the fact that she has 3 different shell uses. So, but we didn't even really need all that ammunition. So, I mean, I kind of really wish there was a hard mode, but essentially that's basically what we got. But once we have killed Birkin, he will essentially devolve into like a blobbish mess, and we'll have another fight with him, but in Leon's scenario. So upon exiting the elevator, just bolt for the platform ahead of us with the train, and we will have the finishing sequence of Claire's first playthrough, scenario A. And the lab will be destroyed as the train that manages to get away.
Sherry's unconscious.
I have the antidote. If I give it to her.
If you give it to her, you are giving it to her, right?
Claire, what's happening?
Not now. Come on, Sherry, wake up. Wake up. Please wake up.
Claire? Where am I?
It worked!
Oh, Sherry, you're gonna be okay.
Thanks, Claire.
It's over.
No. I have to find my brother.
You're right. This is just the beginning.
Ah, my God has protected you. It will always be with you.
Claire.
Sherry.
And that will conclude Scenario A for Claire Redfield's playthrough of Resident Evil 2. We will go ahead and see if can we skip the credits, or are we stuck watching the credits? Yeah, we're gonna have to watch the credits. Sorry guys, there's no way you can skip them. But I am quite happy with that. I mean, I thought it would be a little bit harder, but we barely got hurt really at all, and we had shitloads of munitions after the fact. So I mean, we ended up making out better than I thought. But I mean, that essentially is basically the OG version of Resident Evil 2. And I gotta say, I mean, it's a nice throwback. I mean, like I said, you can't really, or I've said it before and I'll say it again, you can't really appreciate the remakes unless you pay due respect to the originals. 1998, I mean, that's when this original OG version was made and released on the PlayStation 1. And I think back then, what was I? I think I was 12. And I remember playing it on someone in the neighborhood in where I live had it on their system, and I played it. It was the first time I played it. And I was actually quite surprised by it because I only had played Resident Evil 1. I didn't even finish 1. That's the funny thing about that story. When I first played Resident Evil 1, I didn't even finish it. I got an early start to it and I never got around to finishing it because the person who was babysitting me at that time no longer was babysitting me. But when I got my hands on 2, it was actually from another person in the neighborhood who actually had a PlayStation 1 and they had that game, and I tried it and I never finished that either. But it was 98. I think I was 12 or 13. I think I was 12. But that was the first time I played it. And it was really fun then. I loved playing as Leon. That was pretty much a foregone conclusion. But yeah, I mean, you can't respect... You have to pay respect to the originals before you can even really appreciate the remakes. Yes, I know people hate tank controls. Yes, I know it's very retro for some of you in today's generation. But back then, that's where it started for me. And if you are an OG Resident Evil fan, you definitely were there along with me too. So, but Claire's A scenario will be concluded with this, and that will also open the way forward with Leon B scenario, which we will then play as Leon while Claire was going through her events. We'll see what was going on with Leon, and that is what we will have going forward with that. So here we have the clear time. Let's see what our result was. Sherry and Claire on a motorcycle. All right, so we got 3 hours and 42 minutes. Claire A with a B ranking and number of saves. To get an A or a B ranking, you essentially need to use no healing items, no saves. And if you beat it in 2 hours and 30 minutes, I think you get the submachine gun. If you beat it in 3 hours or less, you get the Gatling gun. But I don't really know entirely. I need to look it up and find out. So, but we didn't get anything for that, but it's okay because eventually I'll get it on my own terms. But we're gonna have Leon B taking over from Claire's playthrough. So, and that will basically be that, and that is what we will be pursuing the next time we play. So, that's all I got for you guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. I had fun with that. I hope you guys did too. And I hope it's very informative and helpful for the future playthrough if it's your first time playing through the OG version. So, like this video as it really helps me out. Comment, like, and subscribe. Turn your notification bell on and your notifications to keep up to date when I do the next time I stream. And if you have any comments, questions, concerns, tips, pointers, advice, or lore, feel free to add them in the comments section, and I would be very appreciative of that as well. And that's all I got for you. The next time we play, I will be doing Leon Scenario B, which will basically cover the events of what was happening with Leon's story as mirroring of Claire's story. So that is what we will play next time. And I will see that happen maybe tomorrow because I may want to have a little fun on my own terms with Claire a little bit with getting those bonus weapons unlocked. But that's all I got for you guys. Thank you very much. I'm Savage Squishy 86, and this is going to be it for Claire Scenario A and our continuing live stream playthrough next time with Leon Scenario B of Resident Evil 2, the OG version. And I will see you guys next time.